Oh crap. This already went live. Ah crap. And we're live. Okay. Thank you guys for joining up here on the YouTube side of things. Trying a new streaming software where I'll be able to go live on both Facebook and on YouTube. I'm gonna go ahead and end this right now because I'm actually supposed to be scheduled for. I'm gonna be coming back on at around 5 o'clock. So just bear with me here. This wasn't supposed to go live on YouTube and Facebook, so I don't understand this. So, I don't know because it was supposed to go live here. Yeah, I have Tornado HQ on the bottom of this stream here. We do have an ongoing severe weather outbreak. The risk has increased for parts of Ohio and Illinois. I will be right back, guys. I did not mean to go live. I was trying to do a test here with this new software. So just bear with me, guys. I will be signing right back on here shortly. Okay, maybe not. Tornado HQ is just going to be used strictly for the bottom banner. Only 20,000 meteorologists. Okay. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Should have the Facebook side of things and the YouTube side of things. You won't be far from the house. You'll be right. She said if they can't rent me a car because my DoorDash down, so that's okay. I'll just walk here. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. All right. Alright guys, my apologies, having a little technical issue with my roommate at the moment. Enterprise is kind of messing with him getting his car fixed, so I might have to go pick him up as the reason that I was going to schedule this for 5 o'clock. But we are currently undergoing a severe weather outbreak here and a possible derecho developing here in parts of Indiana, Ohio, Michigan. So we're going to take a look at our threat going on and what can happen this evening. So just bear with me. And I meant to get this imagery up and running, but right now I'm having some issues with getting that uploaded and set. So I do need to change some titling on this live stream. So it's just going to take me a second. Usually I have a little more time to prepare and have this professionally done. Just had the banners done and everything like that. So right where you want me. Just trying to get all the artwork finished here for the live stream. So that way I can get these warnings out to the people that need to have them. And we are going to take a look at our threat. So thank you guys for tuning in so far. What is the current title on this? Live severe weather breakdown for today. Okay, that's not too bad. I don't know why it went live though. That's kind of odd. I didn't. I clicked the live on the OBS. So there is a Derecho setup, meaning a super dangerous line of storms that is going to develop. It's going to be a very long track, possibly entering Washington, D.C. tomorrow. So they did issue a moderate risk for very damaging winds exceeding 80 to 100 miles per hour. This is a very dangerous storm, PDS situation, particularly dangerous storm setup. So we're just continuing to take a look at our severe weather potential. We got 3 people here. Do you think tomorrow's risk is going to change? It's already changing to a slight. I think it's going to be higher for eastern Nebraska and central Iowa. I definitely think that we're going to see a continued higher risk. We have Washington, D.C. Having a severe weather threat tomorrow, including Virginia, Omaha, Nebraska. We'll definitely have to watch these severe weather threats for Nebraska tomorrow, Raleigh, and Norfolk, Virginia. So we'll definitely have to take a look at those. Right now, we have a moderate risk for severe weather. So this is level 4 out of 5 as far as the threat level for parts of Ohio, Indiana, and as well as Michigan. So very dangerous setup playing around Fort Wayne, Indiana this afternoon. We have new severe thunderstorm watches posted and also a couple of warnings here up in Wisconsin as this continues this growing threat this evening. Alrighty, and this is going to be forming over the Great Lakes in the next couple hours and being a potent wind-driven superstorm that's going to move basically across into Ohio this late evening into the early morning hours. So, gonna have to continue to watch the situation as it is currently unfolding here across Michigan and Wisconsin, because this is where it's going to be starting. So, we're currently looking at these conditions as they continue to grow. So. 4 people watching. Thank you guys so much. So a little bit caught me off guard here with the severe weather. So as far as the going live part, because I was going to wait until 5 o'clock. But we are already live, so I might have to take a 20-minute break to go pick up my roommate, which I'll just let the radar play in the background. Be careful because of the monetization issue or the copyright. Yeah, I got hammered the other day for copyright issues on YouTube because of the audio in the background from the sports games that we're playing. Yeah, there was. I got a couple of copyright warnings. Sorry guys, it's taking me a little bit of a second to get this prepared and ready to go. Just updating our thumbnail here, as well as some of the text, so we can get these warnings out to as many people as we possibly can. So basically what they're saying tonight is portions of the Ohio Valley have been increased to a moderate risk. The anticipation of a highly organized MCS, mesoscale convective system, possible derecho tonight, developing from a supercell structure in Wisconsin this evening. Despite lack of agreement and high-resolution guidance, the supercell is traversing along a strong buoyancy gradient with extreme convective available potential energy exceeding over 5,000 joules per kilogram, meaning that this is super, super unstable atmosphere that is just absolutely juiced up for a potential wind damage event, long duration wind damage event. And also directional shear of over 40 knots. So it's going to potentially cause some tornado warnings to occur as well. Would not rule out possible couple tornadoes, but they're going to be more like a QCLS tornadoes. So they're going to be hard to see. They're going to be rain wrapped. Very, very dangerous. Can you check the heat advisory? There is multiple heat advisories. Right now, I'm going to be covering the severe weather threat at the moment. We also have it's going to be predominantly outflow dominant, meaning extreme wind, cold pool with extreme upscale instability. Um, it's going to just basically mean that this is going to be a very dangerous windstorm, and they have a lot of warnings ahead of the storm, or a lot of watches ahead of the storm. HP supercells could also occur, which they're doing right now, and this could lead to 75-mile plus per hour winds and 2-inch diameter hail. Increase to a moderate risk for severe weather, and so this is a dangerous one. You're in one. Yeah, a lot of the United States is in a heat advisory, and that's why we have a lot of these storms forming, is because of the high amounts of heat, instability, shear, and available moisture. So we're gonna take a look at the threat here for Illinois and the following states here. So Fort Wayne, Indiana, South Bend, Indiana, Springfield, Ohio, Elkhart, Indiana, and Mishawaka, Indiana, sorry, could also all see this moderate risk. Potential risk of up to 3,600,000 people could be affected by this weather. An additional many, many more as this drifts to the south. So we're going to continue to take a look. This is a very dangerous situation unfolding this evening. I'll take a look at any advisories and warnings here, guys. Just please give me a brief second. Um, didn't get much time to prepare for this live stream. It kind of just by accidentally went live when I clicked the wrong button, so now I'm having to try to adjust everything. So it's going to take me just a brief second to get everything up and running. We are having this severe weather outbreak currently going on. This is right now, there's actually two outbreaks currently going side by side. One here in Indiana, that's going to be pushing off to the east, but a much stronger wind damage event is going to be occurring here this evening as it rides to parts of West Virginia by tomorrow morning. So this is a very, very dangerous storm. This area here in the pink shaded area could see winds of excess of 75 to possibly 100 miles per hour. And that's not an understatement. This is how these Derecho set up. And right now that's currently here in Wisconsin getting ready to fire up. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it, and we're going to continue to take a look at our ongoing threat here for parts of Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, areas like Three Waters and Benton Harbor, Coldwater, Michigan, could be severely affected by some large damaging winds this evening. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate your support. If you're new here to my page, please consider subscribing. I am currently putting up our the tags so we can try to get some more people in here. Hey, what's up, Kai? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you guys for the 10 people in here right now. I'm going to try to make this map look a little bit cleaner for you. I was just kind of setting a placeholder for these storms, so there we go. This is currently what's going on here. We're looking at a current wind damage storm right here. This is MCS setup. This is just one of our big cluster of storms that is congealed into this absolute strong wind-driven storm. We can take a look at our velocity signatures, and this will just show you how damaging some of this wind potential is. We're looking here in Indiana and seeing some of these winds exceeding 60 plus miles per hour at the moment. This is only going to continue to get stronger. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that we'll begin to cover. We currently have warnings in Indiana, North Carolina, Ohio, Wisconsin, Kentucky, and actually in Maine we have one severe thunderstorm warning. But today our main focus is going to be here across these areas. We have multiple areas with large coverage of severe thunderstorm watches. That's going to be from around Fort Wayne, Indiana, all the way to around Louisville, Kentucky, and as far south as Portsmouth, Ohio. So, do you think you're going to be live tomorrow? Most likely in the afternoons. I'm going to be trying to cover most, if not all, severe weather outbreak events as much as I humanly can. So, it should have changed. We have multiple heat advisories all across the United States right now. It is very hot across the United States. Um, Basically, saying that if you're to drink water, to make sure that you have light fitting clothing due to high humidity and uh, high dew points as well. So it feels very wet, it's very hot. You're seeing a lot of these storms starting to explode. Uh, Different areas are having these heat advisories all the way from Oklahoma to the Midwest, into the South and Southeast and Mid Atlantic, all the way up here into West Virginia. So, I mean, there's a lot of areas with extreme heat right now. It's going to be hard to go after one in particular heat advisory. They all just say that there's going to be high temperatures and high humidity that can cause heat related illnesses, and just try not to stress yourself out or do strenuous activities for long periods of time without taking water and taking breaks and being in the shade. So but we do have that upper scale MCS there. We also have this storm up here in Wisconsin. And this is going to be around, right now, this is going to be for parts of Milwaukee are getting hit very hard right now. Take a look here. This is what's going to be really starting to turn into that severe weather or that possible derecho. This is the beginning of the events that are going to be occurring this evening. So we'll do a play-by-play of what's going to happen according to our future radar. This is one of my forecast models that I use. This is the HER model. It's very accurate setup. So you got some storms really firing off near Wilmington, Ohio, around 6 p.m. That system's gonna push further to the south. It's gonna be some big time thunderstorms, hail potential for parts of West Virginia into around 9 in Charleston, West Virginia. And this is where things get really interesting here in Michigan this evening. And that is why they have posted this enhanced risk. This could be an extensive severe weather coverage for as far as parts of Detroit could be very hard hit this evening. Um, I think they actually kind of misguided this positioning on some of the storm. but this is going to be what's the upper level. This is going to be what becomes the derecho event right here. This is going to include areas like Pittsburgh, New Philadelphia. Um, very, very damaging storms. And this is going to go long into the early morning hours. This is going to push all the way into Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Maryland. This is going to be basically going all the way into Virginia and then finally pushing offshore. This is what they mean by derecho. It's going to be a very strong, damaging wind and hail threat. This enhanced risk is more for these storms that are currently firing here. Uh, there's going to be actually 2 damaging wind storms that are forming today. The first round is going to push off to West Virginia. The second round is going to be coming a little bit further north and dipping into Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., possibly into Richmond, Virginia. So, very scary setup going on right now. It's hard to pinpoint. Uh, I think they might have been a little bit off with this enhanced risk. I think most of the enhanced risk is going to be on the southern part of this, Fort Wayne, Indiana, and south towards Greensville, Dayton, Ohio, possibly getting closer to Columbus. So we'll have to see. Any of this area could experience very damaging winds, hail, and many more situations. So I changed the title here. Hopefully that brings some more people into the live stream. I'm gonna check to see if this updated here, and it hasn't. So I don't know what's going on currently with my YouTube channel as far as not updating my live stream broadcast. So we'll have to wait and see. But this is a dangerous, dangerous storm setting up. There's really 2 areas of severe weather to watch right now, and that's going to be for Indiana into Ohio, and then later on in the evening, starting right now in Milwaukee, and then we'll get an enhancement from the Great Lakes as this potential derecho really starts to kick off. Look at a different radar station right now and take a look at some of these storms. Really strong developing supercell here near Hoagland, uh, near Decanter. This was located in southeastern Allen County. A severe thunderstorm is located 7 miles east of Ocean, moving east at 20 miles per hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So they have that potential going on right now. Hey, anything crazy going towards Chicago in the burbs? Let's take a look at Chicago. I think a majority of the weather has now passed the Chicago area. I think it's going to kind of hop, skip, and a jump past Ohio. Or, sorry, Chicago. We'll take a look at the future radar, see if there's anything in store uh, as far as severe weather that could be problematic for parts of Ohio. I mean, Chicago. I don't know why I keep getting those two mixed up. We do have maybe some storms in the next little bit for areas like Antioch. Looks like we do have a new tornado warning, so we're going to get to that here shortly. Some real storms start to fire off here in Michigan. That's going to be the start of this potential derecho setup. So let's get to our tornado warning going on right now. This is a brand new tornado warning. This is for Virginia Beach. This is going to be the Virginia Beach area. I think this is just north of town. Okay, so it is North Carolina and into parts of Virginia. So this is going to be just to the south of Virginia Beach. This is a current tornado warning near Knott's Island in North Carolina. Unfortunately, this is kind of an anomaly. This tornado would be located probably right here where we have this notch going. But I think, Voidman, I think you're out of the worst of that weather going on right now. I don't think there's going to be any more severe threat for Chicago. But we do have that tornado warning. We have a plethora of other warnings going on. We have Dearborn, Indiana, Franklin, Indiana, and Ripley, Indiana. Right now, this storm here in Indiana has 70-mile-per-hour winds going on. This is an incredibly dangerous storm as it's going to be pushing off here. This will be probably allowed to expire, but these winds are, this storm is also, yeah, so that's going to expire soon. This is Hamilton, Fairfield, Oxford, Eaton, Ross, Camden, West Alexandria. This is going to be for southern Preble and Butler counties. I believe this is in Indiana. Coming into Ohio. This is a very, very strong damaging wind event going on right now. Very strong damaging wind setup. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Warren County, Clinton County, and Greene County, central Ohio, 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. I can't express enough that this has EF0 force wind on the forefront of this line. So it is a very, very dangerous storm. We'll take a look at some of our velocity scans. And this is what is typically referred to as a windbag event. Very dangerous. Seeing some of these 70-mile-per-hour plus winds here in this storm. heading towards Centerville. Very, very dangerous storm, dude. Popeye, shush. So we're continuing to monitor this as it pushes into Wilmington, Ohio. These are somewhat close to the ground levels. This is the beginning of a very dangerous wind event that is going to be continuing to unfold this evening. Possible derecho setup this evening into the early morning hours. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. It might be select offices. Maybe on select vehicles. Who really knows right now? Yeah, this storm is an absolute beast. This is a very, very nasty storm. Thank you guys for tuning into this live stream. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. We have our Facebook side of things too. Right now, Georgia feels like 107 degrees. Jeez. Located in Charleston, Lake Charleston, Indiana, by the lake. Looks like we're on the right of the border. Main threat is wind. Yes. Savannah, Astor. Yes, it's going to be. Main threat is our wind conditions. Sorry, guys, I didn't see the Facebook comments. I didn't know it was live on Facebook too. My stream is just not working properly. So, I mean, it's working great right now, but it kind of went live without me noticing. So, I am continuing to monitor these conditions here. So, share to our public page here. We're also going to share, copy link. Thank you guys for tuning into our live stream. We have multiple severe weather threats going on. Indiana right now, it's pushing from Indiana into Ohio currently. So this is just the first wave. There's going to be 2 waves of these storms. You're going to have some scattered strong to severe storms that pop up, especially here right now. Just near Fort Wayne, Indiana, you have this supercell here that's dropping reasonably sized hail and some damaging winds. Hi, Manny. How's it going, buddy? So you have 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail just to the south of Fort Wayne, Indiana. This is going to be pushing off towards Lima. To the south, Rockford, you're at risk of this storm. Mendon, you're in risk of this storm. This is going to be pushing off to the southwest here. So we'll have to continue to watch this as it continues. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. We have a lot of severe weather to go over right now. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. We have a lot of severe weather to go over right now. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Trying to get off of the Facebook side because we're having some issues there. So, a lot of severe weather to cover. We got 1 tornado warning ongoing right now. This is for just south of Virginia Beach, Virginia. And we got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got Hamilton County in Ohio. We got Boone County, Ripley County, Ohio, Indiana, Dearborn, Indiana. We got Richland, South Carolina, and Sumter, South Carolina. Adams County in Indiana, Butler County, Montgomery County, Preble County, and Warren County in Ohio, currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. Jackson County in North Carolina, Transylvania County, Onoke County, and Pickens County in South Carolina under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we'll go right back into Kentucky and Ohio with Campbell, Kenton, Claremont, and Hamilton counties in Ohio and Kentucky. We have Clinton, Ohio, Greene County in Ohio, Warren County in Ohio. We also have more widespread severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds for Ohio County in Indiana, Switzerland County in Indiana, Boone County in Kentucky, Bracken County in Kentucky, Campbell County in Kentucky, Gatlin County in Kentucky, Grant County in Kentucky, Kenton County in Kentucky, Pendleton County in Kentucky, and Claremont County in Ohio. So that is a list of our severe thunderstorm warnings currently ongoing here in Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky, as well as our East Coast threat. And there's also going to be another severe weather threat that is going to be ongoing for parts of the northern plains. South Dakota tonight, large damaging hail potential, but we're continuing to monitor this potential for damaging winds here tonight. So let's go over our risks for severe weather. Our tornado potential is going to be for Milwaukee, Toledo, Ohio, Fort Wayne, Indiana, and South Bend, Indiana. That's going to be our greatest tornado threat. That's going to be a 5% risk. It's not going to be a super high risk today, what I call a non-zero tornado risk for all the way to Pennsylvania, Cincinnati, Ohio, Cleveland, Indianapolis, and Chicago, Milwaukee, Toledo, Fort Wayne, and South Bend, Indiana. Thank you, M City. I do appreciate you putting out those links. So our biggest threat tonight is going to be our wind damage threat, and let me show you guys. I think they should have extended this a little bit further south too. Seems like we broke that capping inversion here. There was a strong cap in place today, but it looks like it broke that cap, and it's hitting some of these 4,000 to 5,000 joule per kilogram convective available potential energy, and we're having some explosive thunderstorm growth right now. There's very strong, damaging straight line winds going to be pushing into Hillsboro, Wilmington, Ohio, and it makes me wonder if this is going to connect with our other storm, but I don't know if it will. Possibly two big areas of damaging wind. Hey, Voidman, yeah, no problem. I'm glad I could be of assistance. I'm glad I could help. Thank you guys for everybody tuning in right now to this live stream. If you guys would like to help support the channel, I do have a PayPal and Cash App if you guys would like to help support. If not, please consider subscribing and liking the stream, sharing this out with your friends and family to get better notified of storms happening currently right now. I'm going to be continuing to do our coverage here of this severe weather outbreak. This is going to be a long duration live stream, probably 5 or 6 hours, as this system continues to push off to the east. We have a large area of potential damaging winds that could be affecting a lot of people this evening. And that's going to include Toledo, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Some of these areas could see winds 75, possibly over 80 miles an hour. Some indications I have seen with this Derecho setup having winds closer to that 100-mile mark. So this is a very, very dangerous situation unfolding. That wind damage threat includes parts of Milwaukee as this storm continues to grow and expand. So we're going to kind of take a look at our full wide area of severe weather, which includes more of the radar stations, kind of show you what is currently forming. Right now, we have these storms coming over into the Great Lakes. Most of these storms moving offshore currently. Some very, very strong storms. These are going to really fire up as they go over Michigan here in the next hour or two. This storm continuing to push off into Dayton, Ohio right now. Currently, it is going to be situated just to the north of Miami. Currently, Lebanon getting very hard hit right now with some very damaging winds. This is pushing right into Wilmington, Ohio currently. Also, Fairborn's at risk of this. These are all gauged to 70 mile per hour plus as this storm continues to push to the east. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Do appreciate you guys sticking with me as I cover this tuning in. Very strong storm setup. Guys sticking with me. We'll have to take a couple of breaks to grab dinner and stuff like that. We did just get a new flash flood warning. We'll take a look at this threat here too. This is going to be Fayette County, Union County, and as well as Wayne County, and also in Franklin County in Indiana, and Butler County in Ohio. What? Oh, sweet. Butler County and Preble County in Ohio. 0.5 inch to 1.5 inch rain is already fallen, with another 1 to 2 inches of rain per hour across these areas, and so it could be an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain possible. Flooding is being caused by this thunderstorm, so very, very scary setup. Large thunderstorm here. Very damaging winds going on right here, coming towards Wilmington, Ohio. We'll get a different color here to better help mark it, because it looks like it's the same color. So you can really see here this damaging wind, that backward C. That is some incredibly strong wind potential coming towards Wilmington, Fairborn, Springfield. I'm also going to monitor the Facebook side of things as well. Keep watching this as this continues to push off. I'll share this out to a couple of the pages here. Very, very scary storm. This can definitely cause some down trees. Very intense winds. Some isolated pockets. I would not be surprised over 80 miles an hour. We're continuing to look. very close to the radar, where I'm seeing right near Dodds, 110 miles an hour at the mid levels. So it could be putting 80 to 90 mile an hour winds on the ground in and around Dodds, just to the north of Lebanon. Um, so I'm seeing some values over 116 miles an hour. I think this is probably going to be. This is only about 750 to 1,500 feet off the ground. So I wouldn't doubt that there is going to be some extremely bad wind damage around Dodds right now. We have pin that comment there. I have to type it out. Thank you to my moderators. Thank you for everybody that's been a part of my streams and over the past week. It's been a very busy week for severe weather. This is pushing towards Wilmington, Ohio. Some extreme wind values, 60 to possibly over 80 mile an hour winds over some of these areas as this front pushes to the east towards Wilmington, Ohio. This is a very dangerous situation. Lots of lightning occurring within this storm. Um, please, if you're in Ohio, Indiana, share this with your friends. This is a very dangerous storm. Would not be too shocked if they post a PDS severe thunderstorm warning here in the not too far future. I'm definitely seeing a lot of these warnings that are including 70 mile per hour winds. This severe thunderstorm warning here in Indiana near Decanter is has a severe thunderstorm warning includes a possible tornado threat. This is probably one of those isolated supercells, and that's exactly what this looks like. I'd definitely be watching out for Decanter as this continues to push to the south for a possible tornado warning. Um, Not seeing a super organized area of rotation here. Maybe some mid-level circulation occurring with this storm, but definitely something to watch as this keeps pushing to the south. So that's going to be moving directly south, and there's some big hail. Some indications of 2-inch hail falling in the storm, so maybe some $half size hail working its way up the ping pong ball in and around Decanter. So still continuing to take a close look at these threats here. My name is John. I am the storm chasing guy. Right now, I am not able to make it up to these storms, so what I'm doing is I am doing some live forecasting for you guys, keeping you guys alerted. Those who might not have TV or access to weather radio. So stay tuned as this continues to develop into a major storm. Right now, the storm is from Clayton, Ohio, all the way down towards Cincinnati. It's a monster wind-driven storm. Very strong winds, some exceeding probably 70, possibly 80 mile an hour winds on the forefront of this storm. So if you're in Wilmington, you need to really get away from your windows and doors. Some debris could definitely fall, especially if there's a lot of trees in this area. This is coming towards Beaver Creek, Huber Heights, Fairborn, Xena, Wilmington, Bellbrook, Belchester, Yellow Springs, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Cedarville, Wayneville, Jamestown, Lynchburg, New Vienna, Merrill, Wilberforce, New Jasper, Woodville, Clarkville, and Harveyburg. So if you're in any of those cities, the storm is coming right towards you. And there's some more storm. There's another part of the storm that's going to be coming towards Mount Orab. This will eventually be pushing to, huh? Oh. So very, very dangerous storm coming into Ohio right now. Very high output winds with this storm. Thank you guys for tuning into this live stream, this live broadcast of the severe weather going on currently here in Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Most of it should have moved out of the Wisconsin area. Michigan is very much under a threat this evening for more damaging storms and severe weather. So we're continuing to watch this situation unfold here in Indiana. Very high cloud tops with these storms as well. We'll continue to watch this as it continues to push more and more towards the east. Also, so we do have some storm reports coming out. This was near Blue Ash, Ohio. A trained weather spotter saw a large tree that fell on a car near Rawlins Drive in Blue Ash, Ohio, due to these very high winds. This is a very dangerous storm. Another one, 12 to 16 inch, 6 to 12 inch branches down in Trenton, Ohio. Branches down on cars down in Finneytown, Ohio. So, guys, this is no joke. This is a very dangerous storm coming in. This is possibly some 70 and 80 mile per hour winds going on right now. This should be treated like a tornado warning. This is a very, very dangerous storm. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is John once again. This is a very dangerous storm moving in to Ohio. This is a very damaging storm. Monster amounts of wind, and it's continuing to strengthen. Very high values, very close to the ground. I'm seeing some winds well in excess of 50 to 70 miles per hour for some of these areas. It's definitely high winds, well over 60 coming towards the ground. Even seeing right near the ground, 62 miles per hour coming into Oakland, That is a very, very heavy wind. That's going to cause some serious damage. So this is coming right now into Harveysburg. This is a massive windbag type severe weather event. This is also going to be pushing here towards Georgetown. You're even seeing more of this bow here, which is even stronger outflow dominant winds. Um, so I'll have to continue to monitor those conditions. You might get a weak tornado that develops in some of the kinks in these lines. So that is something else to watch out for with these random inflow jets that you will get as it's still searching for air. The inflow is going to be really pushing into the storm right now, and this is going to become a very serious line of very damaging winds. Dang, yeah, that looks nasty. Definitely, probably a prolific wall cloud going on. That's what it's showing there. So, thank you guys for tuning in to today's live stream, both here on Facebook as well as on the YouTube side of things. We're continuing to cover today's severe weather threat that is currently ongoing here in Iowa as well as Indiana, or sorry, not Iowa, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and into Kentucky. Yes, Kentucky is also severe stormed one. So this is continuing to be a dangerous situation. We're going to also be having this storm up here develop into a derecho as well. This is like the pre-starter. The real storm is going to be developing over southern Michigan over the next couple hours. Both storms are this one's gonna be more particularly nasty, according to future models that I've seen. So we'll continue to take a look at our future models that are currently happening. This is our latest update from the HRRR model, or the HER model. This is our convective allowing model. Some very strong supercells kick off here near Kalamazoo around 9 p.m. In Michigan, and these will form a very serious windstorms, maybe an isolated tornado threat as well with some of these storms. Also, some very large hail potential going into 11 o'clock this evening. As we continue to push on through the evening, we're going to see just some absolutely monster storms around Toledo and up here still into Michigan. This will eventually kick up into a more damaging windstorm as it pushes off to the south. This is going to be another derecho. So this is going to be the main derecho setup as it pushes off towards Pittsburgh this evening or into the early morning hours. You really see that line there. Long duration, long-lived storm. Something definitely to watch out for going into the early morning hours into parts of Pennsylvania and even possibly into Maryland and Virginia, as well as West Virginia. And that's going to be pretty much coming towards the East Coast. So this storm here looks like it might lose some steam as it comes in. The one that's going on right now might lose some steam, but right now I don't see indication of that. So we'll have to continue to monitor that ongoing threat. It looks like the main event is going to occur within the next couple hours. Going to continue to monitor Wellington, Ohio, as this continues to push. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're still taking a look here at our developing situation across parts of Indiana, Ohio, Michigan. So very, very damaging winds coming into Wilmington right now. Please, please take precaution with this storm. Heavy duty winds right near Harveysburg, 75 mile per hour winds in some of these spots, 76 miles per hour. Definitely a storm not to be taken lightly. I do even see an isolated pocket of close to 80 miles per hour in some of these spots. Looks like on the back end of the storm could even have as high as 90 to 100. So, and that's somewhat close to the ground level. And that's only about 14 miles out from downtown Wilmington, Ohio. Some of those 80, 90 mile an hour winds. Not all that 116 mile an hour is hitting the ground, but I guarantee it's pushing probably 85, 90 miles an hour. You guys are awesome. Thank you for tuning in. We have 10 people watching right now. These storms are currently pushing right now into Ohio, into the Wilmington area, and moving southbound towards Cincinnati. So try to get some more people onto the YouTube side of things. Hey guys. Hey guys on Snapchat, make sure to join my live stream on YouTube for upcoming severe weather coverage. We got a damaging storm going on up in the Midwest. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm gonna try to post this wherever I humanly can to try to get these people alerted of what's going on, because this is a very dangerous, dangerous storm setup. It's going to continue to get stronger as well. Okay, shared it out here to our pages here. You have family in Hamilton, Ohio, and your lights are going out right now. Okay. Thank you for that update. I do appreciate that. Sorry that you're going through this really, really strong storm. Please stay safe there. Do appreciate that update, KK. Lots of storm damage reports being reported right now. We have 2-inch limbs and car damage from trees falling. So, and that was reported north of Cincinnati. This is going to be pushing towards Hillsborough, Leesburg. This is going to be pushing off towards Mount Sterling, uh, possibly into Columbus, Ohio. So if you're in any of those areas, this is also going to be pushing into parts of Kentucky. We have severe thunderstorm watches going on right now. We have large damaging wind potential here going on in Ohio. We're trying to stay safe. If you feel really uncomfortable, make sure to go into a interior room and closet away from windows on the lowest floor of your house. If you have a basement, sometimes that's the best option. Very damaging winds coming into Wilmington, Ohio right now. And we're going to have another threat that's going to be starting up here in Michigan. That's going to be pushing into Pennsylvania, Cleveland, and West Virginia this evening. So we're going to continue to monitor. This is where we have a threat of 75 to maybe even over 100-mile-per-hour winds in and around this zone from around Toledo to Warsaw, parts of Michigan, just to the south of Kalamazoo, and into Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan, and then a even larger risk of that damaging wind occurring for parts of Pennsylvania, Kentucky, up towards Lansing, Michigan. This dash mark area here is going to be winds over 80 miles per hour are going to be possible. That includes a large portion of Ohio this evening. Not everywhere is going to see severe weather, but a good portion of the state will. So we're continuing to watch this ongoing threat here come into Wilmington, Ohio. These areas here are really starting to bow out. These are going to be pushing off to the east. The southern section is going to be pushing off to the southeast into parts of northern Kentucky. Just trying to get this out wherever I can. I'm also live on Facebook as well, so trying to dual my coverage here, trying to get this information out. I might even as far as go live on TikTok as well and broadcast to the 80,000 people on TikTok. Thank you guys for joining. I do appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Robert Clark? Thank you for joining here on the YouTube side. My YouTube channel is going to be the Storm Chasing Guys, same as the live Facebook feed. And currently, we got a severe thunderstorm set up right now. Very, very damaging winds across Ohio and into Indiana as well as northern Kentucky as this continues to push further east. Yes, so there is a derecho that's going to be possibly setting up this evening. That could be. This is not the main event. This is not the main storm. The main storm this evening is going to be starting off in Michigan here in the next couple hours, and this is going to be a prolific wind producer. Right now, there is just storms currently over the Great Lakes. We're going to have that Great Lake enhancement as these storms really start to fire off here. And this is going to be the start of our derecho setup here as this continues to push off. Right now, we got a very strong MCS, MCV type setup, and can you check near Washington, D.C., a storm coming my way, any rotation? Yeah, let's take a look at Washington, D.C. real quick. I don't see that it's tornado warned, but let's take a look here at what the storm looks like. Right now, this storm, trying to pop into this radar station here, and it looks like it's a little behind. So the best radar station is going to be a little bit further away. We're taking a look as far as rotation goes. I don't see it much as far as rotation. This is going to be the radar station out of Caters or Carter's. Sorry, Carter's, Maryland. I think that's what it is, or is that in Virginia? Let's take a look here. Yeah, so that's in Carter's, Virginia, near Ashburn. So we're looking pretty close into this storm right now. Looks like it's just forming. I don't see as far as strong rotation or any rotation for that matter. Just kind of looks like a developing severe storm. Definitely I'll keep watching on it though as this continues to come further south. Hey, Weatherman, thank you so much for subscribing, and I really do appreciate it, guys. Currently 14 people watching. Next chance of severe weather for Oklahoma. Tired of chasing the Midwest. I hear you. That's how I feel about Texas right now because I currently live in San Antonio and it's been unbelievably dry. It's probably going to be a minute before we start to get back into Oklahoma and Texas. You have radar scope. Okay. Radar scope is a great option. I use it for storm chasing. I bounce between radar scope and radar omega. This is radar omega. This is the pro version, which allows you to see your HRRR models. I tend to like this better because it gives you a good idea of where storms can be without having to switch into multiple different websites and apps. It gives you your full modeling forecast and stuff like that. Gives you your HRR, your NAM3s, also your GFS. You can also look up significant tornado parameters, supercell composites, and updraft velocities. So, very, very nice setup. So we're continuing to watch here in Indiana, Ohio, Wilmington, Ohio. Um, Yesterday there was storms like that that produced tornadoes, so I'm watching. Yes, so there was a strong MCV system yesterday that developed in South Dakota that became an absolute monster for some QCLS tornadoes or QLCS tornadoes. Sorry. I don't think that's gonna be how this one plays out, but I wouldn't rule out having a small QCLS tornado form in some of the inflow here, but I don't think it's going to be as high as a risk. There is a 5% chance of it, though, so I'll have to wait to see. Very strong damaging winds, but still pushing through Ohio. We have some of this outflow boundary peaking. Some of these winds are over 60 miles per hour. It's very close to the radar station, so it's mostly 50 to 60 mile per hour. Probably losing some power in some of these areas, especially around where you see this really sharp bow echo. It could be some even stronger winds pushing out here in front of the storm. Yeah, Bella Forte. Oh, you were in Bella Forte last night? Holy smokes. I heard they got nailed with monster hail. I was watching that storm as it pushed all the way towards Vivian, South Dakota, and that thing was just a absolute monster hail producer. Some 5-6 inch hail I was seeing uh, coming towards areas east of Bella Forte. Very serious storm. Prolific lightning producer. Man, I wish I had a little bit more availability to get up into the northern plains, but I'm kind of grounded here in Texas with work. So I'm doing the next best thing and trying to help people and forecast these storms. We also got this bow here. So looks like maybe a little bit of an inflow notch. Gonna have to continue to monitor that condition. So these winds are currently pouring into the storm. Uh, these winds would be going towards the radar. And these would be going outbound away from the radar. So very strong winds. It's probably going through a cycling process. Probably why it's not as strong as it looked a little bit ago. But definitely still a formidable storm. Vivian, South Dakota was the place back in 2008 where the 8 inch. It was actually 2010. I believe it was July something 2010 was that 8 inch hailstone. I heard some people had some holes in their roof that were just absolutely insane. Softball and baseball size hail in Bella Forte, that's a lot of insurance claims. Oh, I could imagine. I heard they had some very, very damaging winds. Thank you guys for joining me on the YouTube side of things. Shoot. Watching. That was my roommate's phone. What do you use then? We're continuing. continuing to watch our ongoing conditions here. I'm also going to check the Facebook feed in case anybody has any questions. Doesn't look like it at the moment, so we're going to continue to watch. We do have 3 people watching on the Facebook side. If anybody is in Ohio who's looking for any questions about what's going on with the severe weather, please feel free to type in the chat, and I'll be more than happy to help answer those for you. Live on Facebook as well as on the YouTube side of things. So. Very, very intense winds here. Some peaking well over 60. 60 mile per hour winds. Maybe some isolated 70 mile an hour pockets here. And I stayed ahead of that monster storm. Thank God. I went back through the war zone in Belfort. Oh my God. Could imagine. I tracked that storm for like 4.5 hours last night. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to check that storm near DC right now. Why are you walking? Does he need me to go pick him up? His card? Yeah. He doesn't have a Visa card or big card. Where is he right now? So this is that storm that's currently heading towards Washington D.C. Do you need me to pick you up, Eddie? I might have to go pick up my roommate, guys. So just to. I can't tell if that's just radar issues or if that's a little bit of rotation. We'll continue to look. Yeah, so that looks like it's just a radar glitch. I don't see any rotation with this storm right now. Could be producing some 1-inch hail. This is going to be moving towards Potomac at about 6:21. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not going to be in this storm here. I'm out in San Antonio, Texas. I'm a Skywarn storm spotter with the San Antonio-Austin area. I mainly this year have stuck to Texas and Oklahoma. Hopefully, I'll be able to get out to some more storms next year. Still watching these dangerous storms as they're forming here. Yeah, it was over 94 degrees. That's pretty warm. Yeah, it was 102 degrees here in San Antonio today. It's very, very uncomfortable. Felt like San Antonio's now become basically Arizona with humidity. We've only got 4 inches of rain for the year here in San Antonio, Texas. Way below average. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you're new here, please consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It could develop into a supercell, but right now it doesn't look that way. There's quite a decent little inflow notch right here. Sometimes you can get some spin-ups right here in these inflow notches, so it's something we definitely gotta continue to monitor. Very strong damaging winds coming towards Washington Courthouse in Ohio, Hillsborough. I'm chasing the storms in Indiana. Nothing impressive yet, just pea-sized hail and dime-sized hail. Well, thank you for that update. I really do appreciate it. I see a lot of flash flood warnings being attached to some of these storms. I'm continuing to look here, and I am continuing to look here into Michigan as these storms. This is going to be the start of this main event here. This is going to be the start of this Derecho setup. According to future radar projections, this is where it's going to become. Got Brandon up here, up in Three Rivers, staging himself for the storm to come over. So we're going to continue to watch this. I can get a gauge of what weather conditions he has right now. 85 degrees up here in Michigan and Three Rivers, a dew point of 72 degrees. This thing is priming itself for a severe weather event. We can also check our CAPE levels as well here. So this is the HRRR model. This will allow me to go into kind of the current conditions here, what's available as far as the low-level CAPE. So we got some very strong low-level CAPE that's going to be exceeding possibly 40 to 60 knots here in South Michigan towards Indiana. So this is actually, I was thinking about wind shear. This is low-level CAPE at 132 joules per kilogram. So that's very, very explosive weather. That is very low-level convective available potential energy. We even have some 200 CAPE here in parts of Indiana and Ohio that is currently going on. Well, this is low-level CAPE. This is at ground level. So if I go over here towards Washington, D.C., our low-level CAPE is in between 70 to 100 joules per kilogram, which has the favorability for some explosive thunderstorm growth, which we're seeing right now. If I take a look here at our dew points that are currently going on, these are going to be our ground level dew points. We have some areas right now that are in the mid 70s, 60s and 70s as far as dew points, even having some areas here in the high 70s. So this will just be fuel to the fire here as these storms develop here into Michigan. If we go over and look at the most unstable CAPE here, right now along Cincinnati, I mean, we're seeing some 5,200, 5,100 joules per kilogram, where down over by Washington, D.C., your CAPE is roughly about 2,300 joules per kilogram. So once that storm gets on land, it's going to be explosive. You have some just absolutely insane values here feeling this storm across Indiana and Illinois. Some 52, 53, 56, almost six, okay, so over 6,000 joules per kilogram. This is just going to funnel this storm and be more explosive. So we're going to continue to watch that threat as well. As far as shear goes, like, we could take a look at our shear, which is just another component of our severe weather. You want about 30 to you want about 30 plus knots, which we're definitely seeing here. Not really seeing right now across Michigan, but over in the Great Lakes, we definitely have that potential. 30 knot shear. This could lead to an isolated tornado threat going into this evening, but most likely it's going to just enhance the damaging wind threat that's going to happen this evening across this area. Plenty of NATO juice. Oh yeah, this is going to be an explosive evening. We can also take a look at our max updraft velocities, and that's kind of what it's showing right now. We have explosive updrafts here across Middletown, some very cold cloud tops that are going to continue to form. And if we project this out, we're going to start to see some more of this really intense updraft potential that begins across Minnesota and leading, Michigan and into parts of Ohio and Indiana. So this is going to only add fuel to the fire here as this potential derecho begins to form. And you can kind of see how long track this storm is really going to be. So let's go back to our current radar here, and some very, very warm temps as well. It's going to be so unstable that it's not going to matter if there's loss of daytime heating. This thing's just going to keep adding more and more fuel. Radical charge, what is up? Let's take a look here and coming into Washington, D.C. one more time. Take a look at our threat for D.C. Definitely have the availability of, I don't think the conditions are going to be as favorable for tornadoes. Maybe some isolated hail, maybe a wall cloud or something, but I don't think it. I think it's going to be mostly a hail damage. Take a look here at our scans, and I'm just still seeing that this is a very potent severe thunderstorm. Maybe some isolated areas here near Martinburg of some quarter-sized hail falling. This is pretty close to the radar, so it is showing me that there is some very heavy rain associated with this storm. This is going to be pushing towards Washington, D.C. Here in the not too far future. Oh, you're the same person? Gotcha. Just liking and subbing my alts for you. Hey, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
With the van. So once we get to the van, I'll do
Go up where?
Everybody said I have to put it in my name, but I have to put all of my name so they can do it.
Do you need me to take your browser up there? Oh, and I don't really have room in the back seat right now because I got my stuff cluttered. Shit. Do you need me to or just leave Eddie here with Manny and I can take you up there, or do you need a Buffy up there?
Do you need to be
That's
afraid?
whatever you want to do. I don't have to be afraid. Just say, just go to say, we're in Johnson's Bay.
Like, I don't understand.
So, guys,
Mom,
the red and green are separating. I don't really see that right now for that DC storm. We'll just have to keep watching this. This is still a damaging wind threat coming towards just to the south of Columbus. Looks like this storm is starting to fall apart on the northern end of this. I think this storm is going to start to wean down, but it's still a very strong storm here in Ohio, especially the southern boundary coming into parts of Kentucky. Yeah, I think the storm will really start to explode around 7 to 7:30. We do have a new tornado warning, actually. This is going to be for Illinois. Let's take a look here, and this is not too far from Chicago. We do have that new tornado threat. So this is going to be located, let's find out how far this is from Chicago. And it doesn't look like it's all that far away from downtown Chicago. This is actually West Chicago down here. Basically coming into some of the suburbs of Chicago. So this is our first tornado warning of the afternoon for this area. Huh? Yeah. So I'm going to let this play real quick. I got to go run my roommate up to Enterprise real quick. And we'll take a look at the velocity just for a second and show you that this thing has a very strong rotation couplet here near Fox River. This is going to be pushing towards Streamwood. I can't express how dangerous of a storm that this is right now. So please seek shelter immediately if you're in Schaumburg, Streamwood, Fieldstone, South Barrington. If you're in the path of the storm, you need to be seeking shelter. This is a very strong rotation couplet. I can also take a look here at our coalition coefficient, and I'm not seeing any debris being lofted at the moment, but this is definitely a storm that needs to be watched. So please bear with me, guys. I gotta take a little bit of a leave of absence to go drop my roommate off, and then I'll be right back. So video capture device. Okay, never mind, guys. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of a change of plans. So this tornado warning storm. Yeah, mute my mic or my volume on my phone. Thank you guys for tuning in. We do have a current tornado warning that is moving right into the greater Chicago area. We're continuing to monitor conditions here. We still have a very strong rotation couplet. If the storm is a tornado, this thing is going to be located to the southwest of West Dundee, and it's going to be pushing its way over towards Streamwood. We're going to continue to look at our ongoing threat here. I got the radar. Zoom out here, get times. This is going to be pushing somewhat close to the Chicago area, so got Chicago down here. Take a look at its trajectory here. And this is going to be pushing southeast. Yes, guys, please share this stream out if you can. Make sure to hit that like button. It does help to push the stream into the algorithm farther. Please, guys, please. Need to check our messages here on the Facebook side of things too, just in case anybody has any questions. We've got a current ongoing tornado threat. It's going to be pushing off to the southeast here. Let's get a accurate storm position on this right now. Find out where it's currently rotating. I'm not seeing much as far as the correlation coefficient, which is good. That is a sign that it's possibly not on the ground right now. But this was located near Fieldstone, so it's definitely going to be pushing to the south here, or southeast. So this is going to be coming into Streamwood in the next 16 minutes, Ontarioville in the next 25 minutes, Hanover Park in the next 27 minutes, Keeneyville in the next 33 minutes, Roselle in the next 37 minutes, Cloverdale in the next 38 minutes, Bloomingdale in the next 41 minutes, Medina in the next 44 minutes, Glendale Heights in the next 48 minutes, Tassa in the next 50 minutes, Swift in the next 53 minutes. There's a population of 347,000 people at risk for these storms right now. So, very serious situation ongoing as this pushes into the Chicago area. So, thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate you guys joining me up on here. I'm going to be live as long as we have a dangerous threat for severe weather. Currently, this is going to be for Cook and Kane counties. If you're in Cook and Kane counties, you're going to need to seek shelter right now. This storm is is rapidly rotating. There is a clear and evident signature here, located just to the east of was it Elgin. This is pushing right into Flagstone, Hanover Park. This is going to be pushing towards Wooddale, so you need to seek shelter now. Yes, exactly. Correlation coefficient drop. Let's take a look here. And right now, I'm seeing a lot of noise associated with this. Um, there, there was this previous signature here. If there is a possibility that it could be on the ground, there is a storm spotter in the circulation right now, so we're gonna have to wait and see. There's another one actually right there. This is going to be Colton Westfall and Matt Zuro are actually going into the storm right now. A couple others coming up towards it. So we'll have to continue to monitor this threat as it pushes towards Fieldstone. If in Cook County or Kane counties, please take cover. Yes. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is a very dangerous, severe weather threat. We got a radar indicated tornado currently ongoing. I don't see the correlation coefficient showing that there is rotation. This is going to be located right near uh, Fieldstone. Um, could possibly be some noise going on with that, but we'll have to keep watching the velocity signatures. This is now going to pass the town of Fieldstone off to the south. This is actually going to be moving over towards Spring Lake Mobile Home Park. If you're in Spring Lake Mobile Home Park, this is almost moving due south now, this storm. So this could be eventually coming towards West Chicago. I think they kind of misplaced this tornado warning. I think this storm is having a more due south um, position as far as the tornado goes. So we're going to have to look up here and take a look at our. Now this little signature here, this could be some possible tornado on the ground, rain wrapped. Oh no. I'm not seeing that it's on the ground currently. It's still saying radar indicated, but I do see that correlation coefficient signature right here, which could indicate that there is debris on the ground. If anybody has a weather radio that's tuned into the Chicago area, if anybody can verify, this is coming right towards Spring Lake Mobile Home Park. Yeah, the storm is making its way straight down into West Chicago, right near Wrigley Field. So they have a game tonight. So very dangerous storm setup going on right now here in Chicago area. This is for Cook County. This is the county that Chicago is in. So very, very dangerous situation ongoing here. This tornado would be located just to the south of Fieldstone. We're also continuing to look at our correlation coefficient, and looks like it may have had a debris signature. Aaron Marks said that this storm is heading straight for Wrigley Field. Lord of mercy. This is going to head for the town of Munger. This is moving almost southeast. This storm would be located right near Fieldstone right now. Multiple storm spotters in the area responding to this. I think some of these people are out not positioned correctly, especially over here. I think this is moving almost more south-southeast, if any. We'll continue to monitor those conditions as the storm continues to get worse. This storm's going to be coming really close to Highway 59. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have 19 people in the chat. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already to keep up with future updates. We got more severe weather over the next 3 days across some of these same areas, and a possible derecho developing tonight that could extend all the way to the East Coast by early morning hours. So we do have a circulation right now over near Spring Lake Mobile Home Park. This is getting really close to Highway 59 and near Bartlett. We do have a distinct rotation couplet there. It's hard to see with all the stuff going on if there is possible debris signature, which I'm not quite seeing at the moment. But they might push this tornado warning further to the southeast. There's actually 2 areas of rotation. This area as well. That's going to be right on Highway 59, and then this one closer to Spring Hill Mobile Home Park. Cubs need a new stadium. Lord, that's not. Hopefully not. Sorry, guys. Usually I have my video there. We got a lot of we got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings going on. Georgia, Kentucky, Illinois. One tornado warning for Illinois, Maine, Michigan, Montana, North Carolina, North Dakota, Nebraska, Ohio, South Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia. A lot of different warnings. Currently, we have 24 different severe weather warnings. So, a lot of stuff going on. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate your support. Yeah, I was back. I never left. My roommate ended up taking his other truck. So we got this new circulation here, really starting to tighten up near Streamwood. Looks like the circulation is kind of bouncing back here and strengthening. No debris signature, so that's a good sign. That's we'll have to continue to watch this as this is still a tornado warned storm here. Okay, so it looks like They did possibly extend this tornado warning. Okay, so we have DuPage County now involved in this tornado warning. So we have tornado and up to 2-inch hail in diameter possible. So we got DuPage County and Cook counties. Yeah, storm's starting to tighten up. Definitely seeing indication of that uh, over near north of Hanover Park near Streamwood. Very strong outbound wind going on, wrapping around the storm. Quite possibly a strengthening rear flank downdraft currently wrapping around this circulation. And we can take a look at some of these winds here. 80, 90 mile per hour rear flank downdraft. This is a very serious situation that's going on right now. 98 mile an hour back winds that are rotating around. Our forward wind speeds are not as strong, so we'll have to continue to monitor that. But definitely an area of tightening going on around there. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got multiple tornado warnings ongoing right now. This is going to be for DuPage and DuPage and Cook counties. Large hail. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Once again, this is coming right towards uh, Shamburg. We're going to have to continue to monitor this storm as this keeps unfolding. It will be a very rain-wrapped storm. Um, Kind of looking for a more identifying center of circulation. If I had to guess, that this circulation would probably be right around here. It's not showing up on the velocity signatures. Instead, this rotation is going to be right up in this area. Also, could be because I'm further away from the radar station, possibly. Which radar station is this? Starting to get this really nasty storm here coming into Soulhaven, Michigan. Crazy looking backward sea motion. This might go tornado warned as it comes on shore. Definitely see this rain wrapped circulation here coming into over off of Lake Michigan right now. So be very watchful. Tornado possible being indicated, could be a water spout that could come on shore. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that condition. In fact, there is a center of circulation there too. So yeah, these tornadoes would be very hard to see. We do have some severe thunderstorms severe thunderstorm warning is being issued for the storm for 70 mile per hour straight line winds. This is going to continue to really become a monster I think this is our developing line right here. Take off some of these guiding lines for this severe weather outbreak here, and that way we can take a look at more of the tornado warning. So this is more areas being included in that tornado warning, including downtown Chicago. So very serious situation, guys. We do have a strengthening area of rotation right here. That is going to be north of Kennyville. These storms are still radar indicated. No instance of these actually being on the ground right now. I'm sure we got multiple storm spotters in these storms. Storms in the Dakotas. Let's go take a look. We do have some strong storms. I think Reed Timmer today was up in the Dakotas. I think he was up in Deadwood because he was sharing it out because they were having a grand old blast fast here. We do have another severe thunderstorm outbreak going on here in South Dakota. So let's take a look at our radar station. And right now, these storms are kind of hard to see because of, okay, there's a better image here. Got some pretty good sized hail falling in some of this. This is probably close to 3-inch hail being evident. This storm is being warned for quarter size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds currently. Oh, sorry, that's North Dakota. My apologies. Anthony Weather, hey, thank you so much for joining, Anthony. I do appreciate your support. Guys, make sure to like and subscribe over to the Storm Chasing Guy page. Right now, I'm at 158 subscribers. I'd love to get to closer to 200 tonight to be able to get closer and closer to getting monetized here on this platform. So thank you guys for tuning in. I am the Storm Chaser. I am going to be planning on getting ready to do some storm chasing more next year. I'm also going to not only be covering the severe weather threat this season, I'm also going to be covering hurricane season, and I might actually chase a hurricane potentially. So really nasty storm coming into Michigan right now. Definitely some areas of rotation going on in this storm as well. Center of circulation. Large damaging hail is going on with this storm. 4-inch diameter hail being reported in some of this. That's going to be moving over towards Three Rivers eventually. This storm is going to be probably conjoining with this storm here that's currently tornado warning coming towards Chicago, where we're going to continue to monitor this storm as it continues to push towards town. I don't see a definitive area of rotation around this storm right now. That doesn't mean that there isn't one. So we'll continue to watch this because the Cook County radar right now is actually down. So I'm not going to be able to see. Actually, see, that was 24. Okay. So I'm getting some view out of this radar station here. but it's only going to give me the base velocity structure. Little bit of a rotation couplet still near Streamwood. Rotation near DC. Tornado warnings just went off in Chillicothe, Ohio. Okay. So yes, we do have Pike County in Ohio. So we do have a new tornado warning for Ohio. This is going to be for Piketon, Pleasant Valley. Let's take a look at our rotation here. These are going to be rain-wrapped tornadoes if there is a tornado here. So this is near Piketon, Ream, Gibbs, Beaver, Pleasant Valley, Jasper, Wakefield, Elms Grove. If you're in any of those areas, you need to be going underground. Hey, thank you, Anthony Weather. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I know who you are off of Twitter, so I do appreciate your guys' support. This is going to be a rain-wrapped storm. My guess it's going to be warned for this section as this pushes off to the northeast. So heads up to Beaver and Gibbs. This is the most defining area of rotation. Some very, very strong storms involved with this too. Continuing to take a look here, we still have the tornado warning for Cook County and DuPage County in Illinois, and a new tornado warning for that new one for Pike County in Ohio. So, tornado warnings going off in Chillicothe, Ohio. I'm trying to see. Where is Chillicothe from here? Hey, Race Car just subscribed. Thank you, Race Car. This is a very strong area of rotation that's going to be moving towards Ream. We'll time this out here for you. Let's get an idea of how fast the storm is moving east at 30 miles an hour. So this is going to be tracking right along, I think it's going to be more of a east, maybe east-northeast. Let's take a look here at the storm track. It says it's moving northeast, so we'll go here at 30 miles an hour. It's going to be coming into Shyville, Bobo, and Givens, Ohio. Mostly over rural, empty areas right now. That's going to be more of a QLCS tornado. It's going to be along that line. You'll get some of these inflow notches along these lines that can definitely become tornadic. Oh, Chillicothe is below Columbus. Okay. Still tornado warned here for greater Chicago area. We'll have to continue to monitor to see what's going on with that. Like I said, I don't see a super strong area of rotation. There is some mid-level rotation going on here in Chicago. So, but still, if you're in Chicago, Cicero, Oak Park, Franklin Park, North Lake, Winchester. If you're in any of this tornado warning for DuPage, and this is going to be, it was located right near Istica, moving over Elk Grove Village at 30 miles an hour.
The president.
This is the area of rotation, I'm assuming, would be right in this area.
President Trump, he just flies at the airport. Yeah. Oh, so it's about to go down. He said it's about to go down.
Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate 15 people in the house. Chillicothe is below Columbus. Okay. Taking a look at Columbus. Let's take a look at Columbus. Like I said, I'm not super familiar with this part of the United States. I've never even been to Ohio, but I could take a look. Chillicothe, right here. So the tornado warnings are to the south of you in Piketon. We do have a storm spotter in that area taking a look at this storm right now. You live in Dayton? Okay, we'll go take a look at Dayton real quick. We had some of those tornadoes in and around Tip City and Maryville a couple of days ago. So let's take a look at Dayton, Ohio. I see Columbus. Dayton's going to be up Cleveland. Is sorry to sound stupid, but is Dayton? I'm trying to remember where Dayton is. Dayton, Ohio. Is that southern or northern Ohio?
Southern.
Okay, so that's near the Kentucky line.
Yes.
Okay, I found it here. Right now in Dayton, Ohio, you're just seeing some rain over the area. Most of the worst of the weather has passed to your east. So they removed the severe thunderstorm warnings now for your area. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning, which includes a lot of Ohio. That's actually the largest severe thunderstorm warning I've seen in a long time. This includes Jackson, Athens, Starr, MacArthur, Wellston, Oak Hill, Lawrence, Ade, near McCarnersville. So this storm is moving right into Jackson here soon. Looks like they did remove that tornado warning for Ohio, but we still got that one for Chicago. It was that loud? Oh, jeez. Pretty intense thunderstorms. Still tornado warned. We got a active tornado warning in Chicago right now with the rotation. Yeah, it's going to be moving over. Now we have a little bit stronger of a rotation couplet that's going to be near Rosal. This is going to be making its way towards Addison, Berkeley, Broadview, and it's going to go towards the south of Chicago, downtown Chicago. So that's kind of where these storms are moving right now. Moving that more southeast direction. Is that line of storms, and is it the Derecho? So tomorrow, that strong line of thunderstorms will be coming into the DC area tomorrow, and we can kind of take a look at what that would look like. Hold on real quick. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for West Virginia as well as Virginia. So they expect some favorable conditions for thunderstorm growth here in Virginia. We'll take a look here. We're still severe thunderstorm warned going in towards Washington, D.C. This is most likely going to come towards the south of you and more towards Idlewood and West Falls Church. It is starting to get a little bit of a hook. Nothing as far as a strong area of rotation at the moment. Definitely something to keep watching. Now my enemy is saying heat waves are coming. Yeah, well, the heat wave. Well, here in Texas, the heat wave has been unfreaking believable. This is going to be coming towards Fort Washington, down towards West Falls Church, Springfield in Virginia, and pushing eventually into Maryland. So just a heads up there. At least you guys are getting strong storms, because we're just dealing with blatant heat. Let me continue on this tornado warning here for a second before I go into our future projections for the Derecho, which is going to be a devastating storm that becomes more and more prevalent tonight. Like I said, I don't see a super strong area of rotation. I still see it says radar indicated, so storm spotters are in the area looking at this storm. The area where this possible tornado would be north of Haddonton, along this little recurved inflow. You would have that tornado somewhere around this area if there's a tornado on the ground. That storm in Chicago needs a close eye, absolutely. It's going through a couple of different cycles. Nothing as far as seeing anything on the correlation coefficient, meaning that there's no debris being lofted, but definitely seeing some rotation with this one.
He's here to be with the police officers in San Antonio. Talk about that innocent.
Hey, what's up, SPC? Good to see you. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining up. We have 22 people in here. Please make sure to smash that like button. Share this stream out with your friends and family. We got tornado warnings ongoing right now in the Chicago greater area, and this is a little bit of a rotation couplet here just in the south of Adamson, Illinois, and this is going to be pushing towards Bellwood, Sisu Road. So watch out for these areas as this continues to push to the southeast. This will be coming near Elmhurst here pretty soon. Posted the stream on Twitter. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Nothing really as far as the correlation coefficient. I'm still continuing to monitor the ongoing conditions here. Really looking like it's losing that tornadic signature, but some very, very damaging winds coming towards Shear Park. Some 70, 80 mile per hour winds coming into this parts of parts of the suburbs of Chicago. Shear Park, Franklin Park, Norridge, this area of damaging winds put it to perspective, this is the same equivalency of a strong EF0 tornado. As far as straight line wind damage, that can definitely knock down some trees and do some damage. Looks like they've expanded the tornado area, tornado threat area. This is going to be located was located near Elk Grove Village, moving at 30 miles per hour. Tree damage is likely. Do not be in a mobile home if you're in the tornado warning right now. Make sure to seek shelter. Biggest CV, yeah, there is a huge severe thunderstorm warning across Ohio right now. Probably one of the largest severe thunderstorm warnings I have seen in a very, very long time as far as size. This is going to be just to the south and east of Columbus. Yeah, it's over 12 counties right now. This is right on the border with West Virginia. We do have this new mesoscale discussion. An MCS with the risk of damaging winds will continue to spread east and southeast across southern Ohio this evening. Risk could extend further into parts of northeast Kentucky and West Virginia with a new downstream watch. This is likely issued. The severe thunderstorm warnings watches have now been issued for a good portion of parts of West Virginia and northern Kentucky. So they just issued all of this just now. So that is a larger area of threat going on here. If you guys know anybody in West Virginia, northern Kentucky, and Ohio, and Michigan, Illinois, please share out this stream, guys. We're still having a tornado threat ongoing here in and around the Chicago area with another couplet here just to the north and west of Berkeley. This is going to be coming dangerously close to downtown Chicago. Possible damaging winds. Heading towards the Michigan storm. Okay, thank you for the update on that one. Monster storm right now going on in Michigan. Damaging hail going on. We're going to continue to take a look. This thing has some absolutely monster-sized hail coming into Decanter. We do have a couple of people live streaming this severe weather threat going on, and we can actually hear some of the intense hail going on Brandon Coptic's stream as that hail core punches closer to him. This thing has a serious bow on it right here. These are very, very damaging winds. Guaranteed probably some of these are 60, 70 plus mile per hour winds around that hail core. And there has been multiple indications of some 4-inch hail going on around this storm. So that is now going to be coming towards Three Rivers. If you're in Three Rivers, you really need to watch out for the storm as it continues to push. This is moving into very favorable air or instability. This is going to be connecting with this one here in Chicago here in the not too far future. Still watching this storm here. Looks like we have a circulation near Wood Lake. So we'll take a look here. And there is some broad area of rotation here. Nothing that screams at me that there is a tornado on the ground, but we definitely have that radar indicated. There is some extremely damaging winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds over Shear Park right now. This is going to be pushing over towards Norridge. Was there a hurricane? Because I usually, when was there a hurricane or something? Because usually when it rains, a hurricane happens. Well, that sounded like a hurricane. It's raining that hard. These thunderstorms can produce hurricane force wind. And that's what we're seeing in this storm right here. This is Shear Park, and we got some winds that are Category 1 in strength. Some of these thunderstorms can be almost as destructive as a strong tropical storm or even a hurricane, especially when we get into these derecho levels that are possibly predicted into this evening. So I'm going to continue to watch this threat as it continues for Michigan as well. This is going to be the start of our potential derecho. Yeah, I don't get mixed up in the schematics there, SPC. People are, some people just like to be haters. This is developing into quite the storm. I'm starting to see some circulation on this storm around this hail core. So we'll have to continue to monitor that for a potential tornado warning here in the future. Definitely some large hail falling some of this area, especially around to the southwest of Decanter. This is going to be pushing off towards Viola. Take a look at history. You can hear that very intense penny-sized to quarter-size, maybe even up to half-dollar size hail falling in and around Decanter. We have some bad storms in Ohio headed towards me. Okay, let's take a look. Are you in southwestern Ohio? Because there is a pretty strong threat right now going on in central and southwest Ohio. This is a very, very intense line of storms here. I thought this was going to start to wind down, but it looked like it's still tapping into some of that really favorable air. Large area of damaging winds here. Yeah, pretty much. Looks like we got some very strong damaging winds. Some of this is 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds in and around this storm. Maybe some isolated areas even stronger along this line. I would say that this is very well prompted for 70 plus miles per hour. These are the current counties right now. We got Kentucky, Boyd County in Kentucky, Greenup County in Kentucky. We also have Ohio. This is Meigs, Perry, Gallia, Jackson, Morgan County, Vinton County, Athens County, and Lawrence County in Ohio. We also have now Mason County in West Virginia and Campbell County in West Virginia. Oh, Perry County is going to be New Lexington. Okay. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. You're in Montgomery and you're in New Lexington. Okay. Very, very strong storms heading your way. Possible damaging winds and hail forming. These storms are starting to feed back in. I would watch out for possible QCLS tornado threat we're also monitoring our current tornado warning, still ongoing in the Chicago area. Special marine warnings are severe thunderstorm warnings over water. Best way to kind of tell you what that is. We do have this little kink here in the line. That is a inflow jet, meaning that there is some winds that are trying to still keep this strong storm pumped full of hot, warm air. This is a very, very damaging storm. Very strong winds associated with this. 1 inch to 1.5 inch hail is falling near Waterloo. Take a look at our velocities and just some very insane wind gusts here. Some could be as high as 60 plus miles per hour, maybe even higher in some areas, pushing up into the 70, possibly 80 mile per hour range in some isolated areas. Historical weather events ahead. Oh yeah, this is going to be a very, very serious storm coming up. This is only a portion of the severe weather that's going to be breaking out. There is a potential derecho. Uh, we do have a new tornado watch now put into effect for areas around Chicago. That also does include Gary, Indiana, Rossimler, Indiana, Brooke, Indiana, uh, Kankakee, Hopkins Park, Chicago Heights, Juliet, Illinois. So this is a all new tornado watch, and this is probably going to be extended into Michigan here soon. I would very much expect that to happen as this continues to push east. So very, very nasty storms that are continuing to happen. Guys, make sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already to get notified of upcoming severe weather threats. We do have more severe weather potential that could occur around Chicago, or not Chicago, more into Ohio over the next couple days. So, yeah, if you're in Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, make sure to subscribe to my channel to get notified of those upcoming severe weather threats. I can't say I feel sorry for her. Talking about Amber Heard. Life is unfair. Um, so our severe weather threat is going to be on Wednesday for Madison, Wisconsin, Des Moines, Iowa, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. That severe weather threat could also include parts of Milwaukee and Cleveland, Ohio. So we're going to have to monitor that threat as that continues. We also do have a severe weather threat as part of this derecho setup tomorrow for Washington, D.C. That's under a slight risk. That could very well change into the early morning hours. For Virginia Beach, Omaha, Nebraska for another setup there, and parts of North Carolina as well. And then we get back into the Midwest to the following day. So a lot of things could happen tonight, guys. Still a tornado warning currently up in Chicago. Thank you to our new subscriber. I would love to try to get up towards 200 subscribers this evening. So make sure to hit that like, share this stream out if you're in these areas, and I'll be staying live as long as we have a substantial threat for severe weather. And currently our only tornado warning is in Cook and DuPage, but we have multiple We have a severe thunderstorm capable of possibly producing a tornado now in Wyoming. There's not enough tags I could add in this live stream right now to cover this severe weather threat. It is so expansive over multiple areas. Definitely seeing us over towards Marywood. There is a center of circulation that I'm going to have to continue to monitor. This circulation here, very broad level, mid-level circulation, not too far from Chicago. So this is going to be coming towards Cicero and possibly into the Chicago area. So this would be the downtown Chicago area. We're not very far away, probably just about less than 10 miles from this possible center of circulation. Wrapping around this storm, we have some incredibly damaging winds. Probably well in excess of 60 miles per hour, maybe even 70 miles per hour. Very, very dangerous wind-driven storms, maybe even encroaching over 80 miles an hour in some pockets. So people are really going to need to be on alert in parts of Chicago. Guess they don't call it the Windy City for nothing. Jeez. Just near Westchester, Illinois, some 70 mile an hour. We just got an extension on our tornado warning now. This is going to include East Chicago now. Let's take a look at our new warning. It's at 6:57. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over North Riverside, Maywood, moving at 30 miles an hour. Tornado in 2-inch hail and 80 mile per hour winds. This is a PDS warning, a particularly dangerous situation. Extremely dangerous storm, guys. These winds alone from this storm doesn't even need to be a tornado to cause some extremely damaging, extreme damage. 80 mile per hour straight line winds are going to be located right up here near Westchester, up towards Elmwood Park, Oak Park, River Forest. These are 80 mile per hour winds in some of these pockets here. But we do have that center of circulation going towards Cicero and moving over in towards Chicago area. So please seek shelter immediately. Very damaging winds. Seeing some of these pockets here, don't know if I can use this radar here with good confidence, but we do have some ground level winds in excess of close to 90 miles an hour. This is very close to the ground here near Brookfield. So maybe some pockets of close to 90 plus mile per hour wind. That doesn't even need to be a tornado to have extremely damaging effects for near Chicago. So please, guys, take these warnings seriously. This is a very dangerous storm. This is starting to look like it's trying to wrap up here. Got 22 miles an hour over 86. Yeah, so very dangerous storm. I got a darn fly flying in my face. About 5 miles an hour. Manny's probably got it. Seeing some of these wind gusts close to 105 miles an hour, I guarantee it's putting some 90s down here. This is going to be near Broadview, guys. Look at some of these wind gust potentials, 107 miles per hour. That could be making it towards the ground in some of these spots, 109 in between Worcester in Broadview. Definitely going to be some trees down, potentially some damage to vehicles. Definitely see that rotation here just near highway or Interstate 290. This is going to be continuing to push towards the south side of Chicago. Yeah, the Derecho is going to be moving towards Washington, D.C. tomorrow morning. That potential Derecho. Thank you guys for subscribing here to my channel. Thank you guys for all of your support. Do appreciate it. Very, very dangerous storm unfolding right now across multiple different states. We're continuing to monitor our conditions live as this storm continues to get closer to downtown Chicago. Multiple tornado warnings are issued right now. A new tornado warning being issued for south of Chicago as well. Evergreen Park, South Holland. You gaining subs fast. I use TubeBuddy to try to market my streams to these areas in particular, to try to get the warnings out to people who might not have the availability to have television or other various methods of getting these warnings. So I definitely try to get these warnings out to as many people as possible. Very, very dangerous storm coming into the greater Chicago area. Definitely a damaging windbag event. We've also got some rotation. Looks like a tighter area of rotation now occurring near Brighton Park. We got this couplet right here. I'm going to continue to monitor that. Take a look at our correlation coefficient for that region. And it does look like that there is some potential stuff getting kicked up in that area, whether that's dust or even some debris being possibly lofted, but it also could be potentially hail. It also could be winds being pulled into the storm. So this looks like it could be an inflow jet being pulled into the storm, causing that possible rotation. Something I'll definitely have to look. I mean the storm. Oh, you're meaning the storm near Parksburg. Is that near DC? Still continuing to monitor on the other side here. We're looking at this extremely large supercell that could potentially cause a tornado warning here in the near future for parts of Michigan. These are very, very dangerous storms. Large hail being associated with parts of this storm. This is going to be pushing towards Fabius, Michigan. Really starting to also see this backward C here as that pushes on towards New Troy, Michigan. Three Oaks. Large supercells coming off of the lake. It looks like this is going to continue to be kind of a supercell factory as it continues. More of these intense, severe storms starting to push off here to the east. So looks like this is going to be the developing area of our potential derecho this evening as these push to the south and east. We're going to move now over towards our severe warned line here in parts of Kentucky and Ohio and West Virginia. Very strong damaging storms. We actually have a TVS signature here for a possible tornado. extremely large damaging winds, large area of 60 and 70 mile per hour winds associated with this line, moving towards Charleston, West Virginia. So, are you talking about this derecho? This is just the precursor of what's going to happen. This was not expected to happen as well as it has been, but with the amount of instability, it was able to break the cap and form. This is going to be the storm that pushes into Washington D.C. into the morning time. This is going to be the developing derecho. Yeah, this is going very wrong very quickly. We're just going to see an absolute train of tornado warnings probably over the next couple hours for areas in and around Chicago. In fact, we actually have a pretty good little signature here just to the south of Cicero, and that's going to continue to push over towards East Chicago. So definitely something to watch. A lot of people in this populated area, and thank you guys for joining my coverage of today's live stream. If you guys would like to contribute to my storm chasing mission in order to help save lives, I do have a Cash App and PayPal. That helps to go towards equipment for my car, cameras. So when I do get a chance, I will be live streaming mostly next year for more intense, severe weather threats. I will be actually driving into the storms, giving you guys the most accurate position on these storms from the ground. So those are future plans. We do have a lot of storms continuing to go on. I am tracking that storm going on right now. Multiple people are retweeting my posts, so I'm glad to see that. Anthony's World of Weather, thank you so much for retweeting my live stream. I do appreciate it. That was a pretty good thumbnail.
That's a really good thumbnail.
So it's gonna keep people alert and keep people safe. It's also gonna be like right there. So hopefully I get the message out that these storms are dangerous today. As we've seen some of these areas experiencing 70, 80, possibly even 90 mile per hour winds with these storms. Right now I'm not seeing any debris being lofted into the air, but these storms are going to be moving off towards the Great Lakes. I think more so than not that this storm is going to continue to get pulled over here towards Michigan. By the looks of it, these are going to just train here over to the Michigan area, towards Michigan. So over the Great Lakes, and that's going to continue to possibly intensify these storms as they come south of Chicago. A new area of a hook starting to form just to the south of Chicago. Thank you guys for tuning in so far. I do appreciate it, as always. We're continuing to watch this severe weather outbreak. And so, if anybody's in these areas, please seek shelter. Multiple tornado warnings going on right now. Also, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now. A lot of tornado watches being issued, a lot of severe thunderstorm watches being issued, and that is going to be on the upward train here as these storms keep forming. So we got this storm here in Chicago or Michigan near Three Rivers producing some absolute monster hail. coming towards Fabius right now. Damaging winds, large hail, and a possible tornadic circulation. We do have some mid-level rotation going on in the storm. Nothing as far as that alerts me that they're going to be a tornado right now. But coming towards Constantine, Michigan, some extremely damaging winds going on right now. Coming towards Three Rivers, very defined outflow boundary here. And this is going to be the name of the game for the evening. Continuing to watch this threat as it progresses. So Yellowstone, I'm guessing that national park, there is extreme flooding situations going on in Yellowstone, Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, kind of where it all meets. This is a very, very dangerous storm. We're going to continue to monitor our tornado threat. This tornado threat does include parts of Lake Michigan too. So if you're out in the water, highly recommend that you consider getting out of that, because this is a very dangerous situation. You do not want to be out in the water right now. Just an absolute monster amount of lightning occurring with these storms here, especially these outflow driven storms. We'll continue to look at, so we're having some very large hail falling right now in and around Chicago. Some indicators saying that there could be as much as some 2-inch hail or larger falling across the town. Yeah, so that would be close to ping pong to going up towards tennis ball size hail coming right now into Chicago. How will this affect Hillsdale, Michigan? If you're going to be in central Michigan and south Michigan, prepare for very damaging storms. This is going to be coming right towards Hillsdale here, probably. Let's find out how fast these storms are moving first. We got this storm moving at 45 miles per hour. Golf ball size hail right now falling near Constantine, FYI. Very damaging hail, large wind threat as well, and possibly in the future could become tornado wind. So this is going to be moving at 45 miles an hour. Let's track this out here towards Hillsdale. It's going to be coming over towards Hillsdale. You have about 83 minutes, whatever. This is going to be moving in your general direction here. And if you're in a severe thunderstorm watch, it's a good idea that these storms are going to be making their way over to you. Very, very damaging inflow being poured into these storms. Some of these storms already firing off in front of this. You're starting to see more of these storms starting to connect these lines. Very dangerous situation ongoing. Still tornado warned across Chicago, probably sirens blaring across town. Looks like downtown Chicago is now out of the tornado threat, but we still have that tornado threat coming across here just to the south of town. This is going to be affecting areas of Highway 9094. Not a super strong circulation right now. definitely continue to be tornado warned. But as this moves over water, I guarantee you they'll probably remove that tornado warning. Preemptive to put everybody in the basement. If you guys feel safe to go in the basement, I would definitely be in a room away from windows and doors as this storm starts to come over. Um, so definitely consider possibly going into your basement here, probably within the next 40 minutes or so, 40 to 50 minutes. I would definitely say watch out as these storms are just starting to ramp up. As much as it's weird to say, with 4-inch hail falling in some of these storms already, um, I don't want to scare anybody, but I do want to keep people alerted to what's going on. Bow echo to the storm west of DC. A lot of wind-driven storms today, guys. We'll take a look at our Washington D.C. storms. This is a pretty weak system. It's not severe thunderstorm right now. Just some strong storms occurring heading towards Centerville. Washington, D.C. are going to be kind of out of the severe weather risk for now, but that will change into the early morning to mid-morning hours. Check on the rotation. There is a little bit of a rotation somewhat evident, but it's not showing on the velocity. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. They probably will issue a severe thunderstorm warning. The air mass is not as unstable right now as it is over into West Virginia and Ohio. So we'll continue to watch this Ohio storm as well. This very strong line of damaging storms still coming towards parts of Ohio. Very, very nasty, defined bow echo here coming into parts of West Virginia and parts of Kentucky. So definitely probably some 70, 80 mile per hour winds associated. And you can really see that here. 70, 80 mile per hour winds. Some of these are 80 mile per hour winds. So this can be as some of these readings are closer to 90. So very, very dangerous storm coming towards Crown City. And that mesoscale, it's a upgraded MCS. Large storm, which stands for mesoscale convective system. Uh, it should favor continued organization as it continues to push east. A few downstream watches will be likely issued for parts of the area as that's coming into parts of West Virginia right now. The storm is going to be making a beeline for Charleston, West Virginia. That is a strong gust for it. This is what is known as a wind bag. It almost looks like a bag of wind pushing right through. It's going to be very strong outflow dominance.
Not like a mother.
Huh. Trying to not acknowledge making fun of mother-in-laws. Even though mine's not very nice either. My ex-mother-in-law. Thank you so much, 15 people watching. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to be coming towards DC. So DC right now, you're not under threat. I'm gonna continue to focus. Right now, DC's not under threat, so I'm gonna continue to focus up here, up in Michigan, also into. We really starting to see that little hook echo here. So gotta continue to monitor that. Also, this supercell thunderstorm here coming into Michigan. Still tornado watched as we are over uh, just areas near Chicago. Continue to look at the velocity signatures. Some very, very strong winds just to the south of Chicago. Hold on, guys. I might grab something to eat really quickly. I'll continue to keep playing this. Looks like no, we're still for Cook County, Illinois, tornado warning. So I'll continue to play this here. Go back the last 50 frames. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a little plate of food. I haven't eaten yet. Food. That's how hungry I am. It's just nothing but my mind is on food. This is your mind on food.
Yeah, what's blue?
Don't do food. Hey, no, we're not doing a mukbang stream. Not doing that. I by accidentally said flute instead of food. I was just joking. No, we're not doing a mukbang stream. It's not what this channel's for. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a plate. That checks out. I'm actually muted. So thank you guys for continuing to keep me in check here on the Storm Chasing Guy page. Certified Hood Classic. Cooking in the line for every event. There's a lot of people that are right. So this is the developing line right here. This is the beginnings of our potential derecho. That's going to be pushing into Fort Wayne, Indiana, also towards parts of Illinois and Detroit. This is eventually going to be pushing into areas like Pittsburgh, going to be jetting down towards Ohio. This is going to be pushing into parts of Kentucky as it moves south and east. So, very dangerous storm setting up, guys. Some embedded supercells. Sorry, try to eat and talk at the same time. Doesn't always work. Let me get something to drink real quick. When in doubt, always have Mountain Dew on handy. The giant severe got strong straight line winds. Yes. Continuing to monitor this as it's pushing into West Virginia. At a pace of that grape leaf. Feel like it went down my windpipe. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, it's just annoying. Felt like it went down my windpipe. This is one storm that's pushing into West Virginia right now. We got another storm that's going to be pushing into parts of Indiana and Ohio and Pennsylvania and into Kentucky and West Virginia into the early morning hours. So we're going to take a look at our biggest severe weather risk. This is going to be probably where the worst of the damage is going to be occurring in this section, and but it's also going to be a particularly dangerous situation as far north as Cleveland, to Clarksburg, West Virginia, down towards Georgetown, Cincinnati. All these cities right here are at risk. So this is going to be moving southward into these areas, including Toledo, Ohio. Can we take a look at Lauren, Ohio area? Where is Lauren, Ohio? If somebody could give me an idea of where that is. I think the majority of Ohio is going to get the wrath of this storm tonight, unfortunately. And advise on whether or not it should be taken on high alert overnight. I don't think it's going to be a tornado threat. I think it's going to be more of an extremely bad damaging wind threat tonight for Ohio. I say if you're from Clayton, Cleveland, Dayton, especially this section of Ohio, from about Lima, Ohio. I would say from Sandusky, Ohio, to Greenville, Ohio, Toledo. You're gonna have the worst of the severe weather. Very strong, damaging winds exceeding 70 to 80 miles an hour. Is a lake city. Okay. Oh shoot! Now I see it. Now that it's pointed out so darn obviously. Let's take a look here at our threat here tonight. This will give me a really good idea of what's going to move into your area there. Take a look at our composite. This is our future radar. This is near Cleveland, so this will give me an idea here of what is going to be rolling through your area. Your chances for severe weather, I think, for Lorraine are going to be around 2 o'clock in the morning. And should be passing to your south. It's going to be, I wouldn't say be on alert, just be mindful that these storms are there. I think the worst of the weather is going to be to your south and east. Or sorry, south and west and south and east. I don't see that this storm, I think this is going to pass to the south. It's going to be more Tifton, down towards Worcester. But in the odd chance, I would say in between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., just keep a mindful eye that there could be some possibly strong to severe storms in your area. Right now, I'm not paying attention to DC. I've looked at DC enough. If you want to focus on DC, you can do that yourself right now, because this storm here is starting to go south in a major way. I'm not going to be really taking focus off from this area very much. We have a new tornado warning into Indiana now. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not going to be focusing on that area. That storm near Charleston or Chicago. So this storm right here is coming towards Gary, Indiana, East Chicago. This is a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Lake County and Porter counties in Indiana. This is starting to have quite a solid debris signature, or solid, not debris signature, hook echo. So we're going to take a look here at our radar. Take a look here at our correlation coefficient. If this tornado is going to be occurring, it's going to be over near East Chicago. We do have that little bit of rotation right in through there, right coming towards Gary on Highway 90. I agree with that, SPC. I don't think it's going to be a tornado threat for Charleston, West Virginia. it's going to be a straight line wind damage. But they could see some extreme winds. That is for sure. Still some very strong storms here. Very strong bow echo. A couple little inflow notches here. I wouldn't rule out a QCLS tornado, but this looks like it's mostly. I don't even see any red returns right now. This is going to be a severe damaging wind threat for Charleston, West Virginia. So we're going to take a look here at those wind threats. Just absolutely strong winds close to the ground. 60, 70, possibly even minor areas, 80 mile an hour winds coming into parts of Charleston. Yeah, Catawanna County. Right now we have 17 active alerts going on. Still some rotation here, minor rotation. We're still continuing to monitor these conditions here in Chicago, or in now East Chicago, and this will be making its way towards Portage near New Haven, Indiana. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get further updates as we have a couple of more severe thunderstorm outbreaks here over the next couple days. I do appreciate your guys' support. Got some large damaging hail coming into parts of Minnesota, or sorry, Michigan. Keep forgetting. Stupid me. This is coming into Sturgis, Michigan, Lagrange. Very damaging winds right now. That's the biggest threat with this. That bulge you see here. This is going to head towards Angola. Take a look at our severe thunderstorm warning. 70 mile an hour winds, tornado possible, and golf ball size hail. Very dangerous storm, guys. Large hail also falling in just north of Gary, Indiana. This is going to be riding this edge of the Great Lakes here, Lake Michigan thing. The storm will be in Charleston in 30 minutes. Okay. Very large supercells in Indiana as well as Michigan. these will be conjoining in that line and becoming a much more potent storm. I'll actually show you the full length of how big this storm actually is, because it goes much beyond these boundaries here. This is a pretty serious line forming right now. This is going to start to bow out as it goes south, so keep that in mind. This might even include a little bit up here as well. This is going to move to the southeast, including parts of Ohio. Some very strong damaging winds coming probably in the near future towards Fort Wayne. If you're in this severe thunderstorm or even tornado warned or tornado watch area from Warsaw, from Ottawa, Ottawa and Ohio, toward around Antioch in northern Illinois, you need to be very cautious of the storm. I think the worst of it has now exited the Chicago area. I think it's going to be more of this area here as this pushes off here to the southeast. And that will be coming towards Columbus. This is going to be a very big, dangerous area over the next couple hours. And probably even further down towards Columbus as this line continues to get much, much stronger. This storm is still pumping here down in the West Virginia area. We even have some new severe thunderstorm watches for Virginia. So this is just showing you how strong that this line has been. It has moved through Indianapolis, or Indiana, Ohio, parts of Kentucky and West Virginia, and it's about to get into parts of the Virginia line. So that's going to be the Virginia line right there towards Cummington. We're taking a look at Charleston, Virginia, or West Virginia. Sorry, my radar is taking a minute to load. There it is. This has extremely dangerous wind potential, especially right here, coming not that far from the Charleston radar. That's going to be 60 to, or probably 70 to 80 miles an hour. It's consequential that it's right over the town of Hurricane, because that is not too far off. Some of these winds, especially in through here, are very strong tropical force wind comparison, and possibly even some isolated areas of some hurricane force gusts, especially in these corridors here. Also here near Jackson, Rio Grande, South Webster, this is extremely damaging winds. We'll take a look at our METARs here. Winds are out of the north. Means that could potentially be an inflow there. So we do have some wind damage reports that we can take a look at. We have some shingles blown off. So that's what this is in Hamden, Ohio. Some shingles blown off near Vinton. We have trees broken and power poles broken. So this was enough in Vinton County and MacArthur, Ohio, to actually snap some power poles. Just to give you an idea of what these storms can do. Thank you guys for keeping with me on this stream. We still have this current tornado warning that is in Indiana. Continue to watch this as it comes over towards Hobart, and got some area of rotation right here near Liverpool. This is our current tornado warning storm. Valparaiso, that's going to be coming right towards you. Oh yeah, creeks will definitely flood in those areas. You got a lot of hilly areas above it. All that water has to go somewhere. Oh, come on, radar. Don't see a very tight area of rotation. Strongest area of rotation that I see is actually south of Bogart. I don't. It would probably be something probably pretty weak. Yeah, it's not even over the right area, so I don't see a tornado on the ground. Doesn't mean that it's not within this circulation. I think if there is a possible tornado, it's going to be more in here or over here. There's a couple of rain wrap circulations within the storm. Make sure to like and follow the stream, guys. Share this out. If you have any loved ones in these areas, I'd love to be able to help. Whew, very nasty storms hitting Chicago. Just absolute downburst of rain. Continuing to watch this storm as it keeps pushing here. Looks like it just kind of keeps building over these areas. These storms are definitely starting to connect and use each other's energy to form a much bigger line of severe weather. Go to South or North Webster radar station. Take a look. This is having a impressive looking circulation here. you can tell that these winds are pulling into the storm here. These winds are pulling into the storm. So you do have some rotation in these bands here. A really damaging situation. To keep watching this as it continues here. See if they extended the looks like now they've extended the threat here for the enhanced risk into West Virginia, and I don't know if that was an update that just happened, but it looks like they extended the enhanced risk into Pennsylvania and West Virginia. So maybe getting an idea of what's going to occur with the storm here in a little bit. Storms are. There is a storm. There's a city in West Virginia named Hurricane, and now it's coming for another town called Tornado. Man, they did not name these places properly. Yeah, we're having a tornado in Tornado. I don't mean to make light. This can be a very serious situation. That is a serious bow echo. Very impressive wind field here in some of these storms. Take a look at our velocity signature. This is going to be out of the. It's going to be coming right into Charleston. So these winds are almost at ground level, producing over 60-mile-an-hour winds. Almost 70-mile-per-hour winds, over 70. Just saw. Coming right towards Tornado. So it's going to get windy in Tornado. No rotation, just winds. Yep. Very extremely outflow dominant. Thank you guys for your continued support. Looks like Charleston actually might be spared from the worst parts of that wind field. Because Charleston's almost like right in this little inflow notch. Excuse me.
Bless
Whew. So the winds aren't as strong in this area, but they could still be pretty gusty. Thank you so much for the 11 people who are still here on this stream. Do appreciate every single one of you. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm trying to do my best to help assist people in the line of this storm. I'm going to try to keep people as updated as I humanly can. I found a Twitter user that just uses posts of real SPC outlooks that look like male reproductive parts. Lovely. Sounds like a real genius. What radar am I using? I am using a radar called, um, sorry, Radar Omega, because I'm so used to saying radar scope. I've been a diehard radar scope person for years. Just recently, I discovered Radar Omega, and I immediately canceled my Radar uh, Scopa Pro account. So I do like Radar Omega much better. In my opinion, everybody, it's apples and oranges. I do like Radar Scope too. I just have the free version now on my phone. I'll use it as a backup, but there's so many more tools for the money included in Radar Scope, Radar Omega. This is $8.99 a month, and then $8.99 to download the software and to get it on your phone, and then it's $9 a month. So it's super worth it, at least in my opinion. Still have a tornado warning ongoing just to the south of Chicago and Illinois. This is going to be for areas like South Haven, Aberdeen, Lake Lake Stockton, Chesterton. So I'm still looking. It looks like now we're starting to get a little bit of starting to develop a little bit of a hook there. Classic supercell shape, if I've ever seen one. Some maybe up to some quarter-size hail falling in this storm right here. That'll be moving into Chesterton. Another supercell here. This is going to be the beginning of this damaging line that is coming towards Angola right now. Elkhart is severe thunderstorm warned. Cold water. And this is going to be in Michigan. So a lot of areas right now that are severe thunderstorm warned, as well as now with that one tornado warning. Do have some convergence here in the winds. You do have these winds wrapping into the storm, and you have these winds shooting away from the radar. Looks like Michigan City just got issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. So it's starting to line. It's starting to get the storm that's coming over from what do you call it? Indiana over here towards uh, parts of Minnesota. So it's just becoming more and more active here as these storms progress. This is starting to have a little bit of a echo on it here. So let me take a look at our correlation coefficient. Nothing there. Take a look at our velocities. Nothing there. Did look like there was a little bit of a rotation here. Some winds wrapping around this storm. Oh yeah, no, this is going to be what they're calling for that possible derecho setup. This is going to be a very long-lived wind event, probably all the way until parts of Virginia and Maryland and possibly in Washington, D.C. It's going to be an all-night event. As we lose some of this daytime heating, I think we're going to lose our tornado threat, but it's going to continue to be more of a ongoing damaging wind and hail threat. Not only do we have those supercells up here, we also got a very strong MCS down here in West Virginia. Some big time wind damage reports too. This was this is now a flood. So River Creek overflowing, cropland yard basement flooding, and this is going to be in Campbell County in West Virginia. Dangerous situation going on near Huntington. We also have this new wind damage report. Trees uprooted, trees uprooted and snapped, and a roof blown off. I'm not joking, that's probably 80 plus mile per hour winds with the storm as this was over here. So, yeah, you read that correctly. Roof blown off. I had to take close to 100 mile an hour wind. The storms are no joke, people. And let's get a push over towards Huntington. And eventually, if it continues its strength, it might even get towards Richmond. But I think by the time it gets to Covington, it should hopefully start to weaken. But maybe we have a dual Derecho. But I think this is going to be the more damaging system. Do you think Texas A&M is a good college to study meteorology? Not super familiar with their programs there at Texas A&M. Texas A&M is a great school. Probably one of the best schools is DuPage College for meteorology, as well as Ohio. Was that Ohio University of Ohio? Has an excellent meteorology program. So we're continuing to watch this because that thing has got quite the rotation look to it. And in fact, yeah, there is starting to become a rotation here as these winds are pushing towards each other. So definitely starting to see those convergence in the winds. I would not doubt that this might go tornado line, just because of how the storm is looking right now. And this would be Angola, Michigan. Can really see that circulation in the rain bands too. you really take a look, you can really see those circulation and the rain bands here. And that's where our center of circulation is going to be. And if you go here, now it's kind of further off. Actually, there is that center of circulation right there. Some very intense winds. Very intense inflow near Angola right now. Can you shout out my dog Huckleberry? He stepped on a bee. All right, Amber Heard. My dog stepped on a bee. Well, big shout out to Huckleberry. I was just joking. I was just playing around. Hope he's doing all right. Apparently, I watch too much TikTok. I am watching these storms as they're forming here. Trying to keep people updated on what is going on. These storms are very serious. These will be coming towards. These are going to be pushing towards Toledo. You're going to start to see some very high damaging wind values here. Still have a tornado warning. We have a reported funnel cloud. This was located near Hobart. So confirmed funnel cloud going on near Hobart. That storm would now be over near Coolwood Acres. Yeah, that wind is really bad coming into Charleston. God, I wish they would send some of this rain here to Texas. Not the damaging wind tornado threat, but we need the rain. I would actually not mind a severe storm. Give me a reason to go chasing. But for most people, severe storms can bring a lot of anxiety and frustration and fear. So I totally understand that. I'm just an adrenaline junkie. Thank you guys for staying with me. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Get further updates on the severe weather threat coming into Wisconsin on Wednesday. Also back up into the plains on Wednesday. And a severe threat tomorrow in near Washington, D.C., Virginia. This circulation is looking quite strong here as it pushes to the southwest. Also got some large hail here in parts of Michigan, Elkhart. this is going to be moving towards Plymouth and eventually into around Fort Wayne. This is going to have a lot of damaging wind and hail threat. We still have that ongoing tornado threat, and they might issue a new tornado warning for La Crosse eventually. North Judson, see if they continue that tornado threat. Because that tornado warning expires in 1 minute. So we'll probably just allow it to time out. Most of that circulation is now leaving the tornado watch area, or tornado warning area. See if they continue to keep that tornado warning as it comes southward here. Yeah, the radar site's getting hit now. Take a look at Charleston right now. Yeah, so the radar station's getting hit. Looks like this storm is starting to break up in some areas, but still some very, very strong winds associated with this storm. Probably a gust front out ahead of it. Right now, we do not currently have a tornado warning, but we do have another threat for severe weather, and that does include parts of Wyoming, where we're having some very large damaging hail occurring with that up to baseball size in some of these areas. We're also seeing this strong storm here in Wyoming. No current. It is far away from the radar station, so it's going to be hard to gauge the velocity, but that's going to be pushing its way up towards Rapid City, Hot Springs. So another severe thunderstorm warning for Broken Bow, and this is in Nebraska. So this storm's just starting to fire off here. So these storms are going to put us off towards Rapid City, and we got some more severe storms going on right now for South Dakota, or for North Dakota as well. So this line of storms is going to be pushing over towards Devil's Lake. How often do radar sites go down? All depends on how constantly they maintenance them. Some can go down. So almost this entire line right now is severe thunderstorm warn now. So we're kind of seeing a little gap near Sturgis. But this is coming towards Bryan. And this will be moving its way towards Ohio eventually, northern Ohio. We also have this circulation near Elkhart that we're continuing to monitor for conditions. Extremely strong inflow winds over 60 miles per hour. Some large hail, possibly 2 to 3 inch diameter hail falling with this storm. We have $half size hail and 70 mile per hour winds being reported with that storm. So could cause some substantial damage in parts of Michigan. We're also seeing this storm here have some pretty hefty winds and becoming quite outflow dominant here as that gets north, heading towards the radar station in North Webster. I'm going to continue to watch these conditions here. Don't see a definitive area of rotation, but some very, very nasty winds. This is very strong inflow going. Actually, that's going towards the radar. So this thing is just sucking a ton of air up into the storm. Where this one is, these winds are more pushing out this way, up and around from the radar. So they're more going like that. Don't have a, these are pushing out that way. So very, very strong winds. These are actually probably pushing more to the southwest. I don't have a definitive METAR showing me which direction. Okay, so that one is pointing. So yeah, it's going more to the south here. So as we get this stronger convergence here, definitely have to keep watching as these continue to push off to the south if this ends up becoming tornado warning. Hey, you know, SPC, that is actually pretty accurate. A lot of our lakes right now are dry. Come fall, mark my words, we're going to have some very strong fall storms. We're going to fill those lakes right back up. I think it's going to be above average rainfall come fall. Thank you guys for remaining to stay tuned in here. Got 9 people in here. Make sure to smash that like button. Share this out if you haven't already. Let's get some, hopefully some more of these areas warned. Or help get the warnings out to some more people is what I meant to say. And let's not keep on making the situation worse. Blizzard warning for Austin coming this winter. No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be a warm winter. But who knows? It was a very warm summer in 2021 or 2020 when they had the big snowstorm. It's possible. I mean, we had a lot of ice this year here in San Antonio. You can just see these winds jetting here. These are all going northbound. And then this is just wrapping around the circulation here. What weather app is this? This is going to be called Radar Omega. This is the alpha version. Allows me to actually see into the storms with a 3D model. Very handy app. I have it for both my phone and my desktop. Very damaging winds in this storm, especially towards Met, Berlin, Ellis, Paper, and York. Also got these winds here near Adrian that are very strong. Very strong winds in these in some of these cores. Seeing 60, sometimes 70 miles per hour. Still watching this storm because this tends to be the more stronger storm of the group, where we've had some areas of 2 to 3 inch hail falling near Goshen. The storm is now coming into Goshen. Kind of taking a look here. We do have one individual live in this area. You can actually see how
Elkhart, Indiana, blasting southeast.
So some very nasty weather going on near Elkhart. So that was just getting blasted with large amount of rain and wind going on in that storm. Each one of these green dots is a storm chaser or storm spotter with the spotter network. If I were to log into my system and so if you like, I'll show you an example. You'll see my dot pop up here in Texas in just a second. I just refreshed it. Even though I'm not currently storm chasing, just to give you guys an example here, I'm down here in San Antonio. My dot should be popping up here soon. But my dot will look like this. I click on it and my name will pop up. If it decides to want to load. My computer's kind of acting up right now. Ah. Right now, loading kind of slow. Trying to see what's going on with the weather updates here. Yeah, this heat here in Texas is very abnormal. We've hit 102 to 105 for the last couple of days. It's been pretty insanely hot. I don't know why my chaser information is not wanting to pop up here. Might be just trying to reload. Stop this and let it try to find my location again. There we go. God knows what reason, I don't know why it's not showing up my little ping up on their radar setup. Because it's showing up on the spotter network that but my little dot will pop up like that, guys, if it decides to ever work. Sometimes it's hit and miss if it actually pops up on the radar. Sometimes I need to refresh the radar too. I'll try that real quick. See if that works. So my computer is very warm right now. Because the radar Omega is very high quality, and so it takes a lot of service to get this thing going. Yep, there it is. My ping does now show up. So if you click on this, there I am, Jonathan Doherty. That's my ping right there. Large amount of severe thunderstorm warnings are ongoing for these storms. Looks like we kind of got a little split in a couple of these storms. We're going to need to continue to watch this for possible rotation up here. But I think these are going to be more of a damaging wind type storm event. Us Central Texans are so thirsty for rain. If there was a tornado emergency, it means we get rain. Yeah, let's not ask for a tornado emergency. That's not a good situation to be in. That is also a very rare situation to be in. Usually reserved for the worst of severe weather outbreaks. Now we're starting to watch this little appendage here. In fact, it does have some mid-level circulation here. Another area mid-level circulation there. I'll be watching out for a possible tornado warning here in the very near future. This is where coming into La Crosse, Minnesota. Very strong storms here. Very strong storms coming into Montpelier. These are going to be pushing off towards Toledo here soon. Also got some strong line of severe storms that are pushing away from Charleston with some big-time wind damage reports. Sometimes you'll see splits in the radar because it'll look like the storm's splitting up, but that could be because of the radar bouncing off of the water droplets. It looks like some more storms are forming on the back end, coming right back in towards Huntington. We also have these storms now starting to move over through West Virginia into the Virginia line now. So this is going to be a prolonged wind damage event, upper scale MCV type system, large windbag event. Extremely dangerous winds in and around this area. And you can see some of these winds on this storm are exceeding 60 to 70 miles per hour is why they're actually warned for that. We do have, all of these are going to be counties currently in West Virginia that are under the severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be nickel-sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds. So this storm could be extremely destructive for a large area. This very well itself could be classified as a derecho, just because of how long this has been going on. And that's going to continue to push on to the south here. It's eventually going to move into Covington, Lewisburg, and maybe even push towards Lynchburg. I wouldn't doubt that this thing makes it all the way to Virginia Beach. Oh, good evening. You said I could get a little bit of rain after 5 a.m. We actually got a shot of rain at 7 a.m. So I wasn't entirely wrong, but I'm glad that y'all got some rain. Hopefully nothing too dangerous. But these models are somewhat accurate. I would say they're about 80% accurate. Sometimes they're a little bit off on their timing, but for the most part, that they're pretty up there in accuracy. Susan, thank you so much for that update. That really helps me as a forecaster to be able to kind of gauge those times. So something I'm gonna have to continue to look into. Still monitoring these storms. We do have a little bit of a rotation couplet near Milford. I'll have to keep watching to see, but otherwise this is some extremely dangerous wind, outbound winds. These winds are pushing off to the east at close to 60 to 70 miles per hour. Very destructive storms. I would not doubt if we have a tornado warning with one of these storms here, as these are starting to look like they have the potential, especially right here, coming towards North Webster, towards the radar station, and maybe even a couple areas of rotation near La Crosse. Oh, it got to 100 degrees. Yeah, we were right up there too. Today here in Texas, we were at 104. Very, very warm. But up north, that's crazy how hot it's been getting. You can really see how much it cooled down. Temperatures here around New Paris at 74 degrees. Dew points are still extremely high. Where you move here to the south, you're in the 80s here in Huntington. Keep pushing south, and you're in the mid to upper 80s in parts of Missouri. Well, I guess that would be more Illinois, sorry. Upper 80s in Bloomington, 90s in Decatur. Very warm over through this area still. Even have some mid 80s near Columbus at the moment. But there's some strong storms moving into the Toledo area. Byron, very, very intense storms. We did just get a new TVS signature with this storm, meaning that they're marking it for potential tornado potential. So that'll be a storm to very much so watch here in the next couple of frames. That's going to be pushing off towards Wyona, Monterey, Pershing. Thank you, everybody who's still tuning in here to the stream. I do appreciate it. Some just very intense, damaging winds here going on in Michigan. I haven't checked the Facebook feed in some time. Oops. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm in Knox County, Ohio. It is going to get hit. Thank you guys for continuing to tune in. Sorry, I did have the Facebook feed. I'm trying to see Knox County, Ohio. Can you see what city, Knox County, Ohio? Cincinnati. Cincinnati can definitely be affected this evening if this line really starts to get strong. I'm going to do a future projection on this to see kind of where these storms are heading. We're going to take a look at our HRRR model. This is our convective allowing convective forecast.
There's no Columbus.
Definitely looks like that there could be some strong storms here. It's going to be continued strong storms for Detroit. Looks like both of these storms start to kind of fizzle out here. But this storm moving, there's going to be a storm that pushes into Cleveland around 3 a.m. That's going to be quite severe. Let's time this out here for you. So this is going 1 a.m. for Detroit, Michigan. This is going to be very, very intense storm. That's going to be pushing into the Cleveland area. We're going to see this real derecho setup start here from Cleveland down to Pittsburgh. This is going to be early in the morning for Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Very large damaging hail potential. And you see that storm really pushing off here into just from about Washington, D.C. Into West Virginia, and maybe even to extreme parts of Ohio. Very, very dangerous storm. Keep pushing this out here, and we'll see where this ends up. And this takes it all the way into Richmond, Virginia at 11 o'clock in the morning. So this is going to be a prolonged event. This even does push into North Carolina. This is how long duration this storm is going to push. And it could even hit areas of Wilmington in the morning with very severe wind and possible damaging hail. So this could be one derecho type setup for sure, if this really comes into fruition. And then on the backside of this is going to be more strong storms. So this is probably why they issued the slight risk for tomorrow. And that should all pass out by early morning on Wednesday as that moves offshore. So it looks like the main severe weather threat is going to be mainly overnight for parts of Ohio, especially eastern Ohio. But I think this is what we're seeing right now. But it looks like there's going to be even a more continued threat for these storms to form. I would not doubt that. I don't think this is going to dissipate anytime soon. I think this is going to continue to be our derecho setup that pushes all the way down towards Virginia. But it says that it could be more storms pushing off and becoming stronger as the night goes on into the early morning. Very dangerous It's gonna be a long night. Thank you guys for staying tuned. Continuing to watch this group of supercells here around Bryan, Hicksville. With this rotational couplet here, right over the radar site North Webster. This will be pushing off to the south over towards Fort Wayne and New Haven in Indiana. And this is going to be making its way over towards Defiance and into Ohio. So we're going to take a look at, looks like we do have a mesoscale discussion here. The severe threat will continue to spread southward into parts of Illinois, southern Michigan, and far northwest Ohio. Local sporadical extension of severe thunderstorm watch will be warranted in parts of north central Indiana. A line of convection consisting of multiple different modes will advance southward from lower Michigan into Illinois, or Indiana, sorry, and northwest Ohio this evening. Over far northwest Indiana, supercell clusters will pose a risk of damaging gusts, though a tornado warning cannot be ruled out. Low to it's going to be a modestly low level photograph curvature related to streamwise vorticity and amid recovered surface-based inflow. So they're basically saying that it could be a weak tornado that they're not ruling out. Further east into Michigan and Indiana, bowing out segment is moving across at 40 knots, which has produced 60 to 75 mile-an-hour wind gusts between the two areas of convection. So that's going to continue to occur. Currently thinking that this activity will continue tracking its way and a sporadical extension of severe thunderstorm watch eventually will be warranted. So right now, that's what they are forecasting. This storm is still continuing to push off into Virginia right now. Starting to have what looks like a little bit of a breaking up segment there. A little bit of an inflow jet here pouring into the storm. Showing up here on the radar. Very strong inflow on the middle storm. That storm is still ramping up. Thank you guys for tuning in. We still have 7 people in the house. Where are we at? So we are currently in Michigan. Michigan, Toledo, Ohio, parts of Indiana. So this was moving at 50 miles an hour to the southeast. These storms are producing 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Let me tell you, that is what you call a PDS-type thunderstorm here. Very large, destructive hail going on in this storm, and this is pushing its way towards Fort Wayne, Indiana. Let me say it again, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts pushing its way towards Fort Wayne, Indiana. Make sure to subscribe, guys, if you haven't already. Be sure to follow here. And stay alerted on upcoming storms. So we got more severe weather coming here soon, unfortunately. So I'm currently streaming to Facebook as well as YouTube right now. Going on a couple hours here on the stream. We're at about 5 hours here of ongoing forecasting. So, are there any concerns for Dayton? Let's take a look at Dayton, Ohio. Dayton, Ohio. It's Toledo, it's Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. I always forget where Dayton is. I don't know why. Dayton?
Down by Columbus.
Okay, down by Columbus. Okay.
Yep.
Got Akron. I think this is Dayton here. Yes. Okay, so we got Dayton here. So let's take a look here at Dayton, Ohio. Let's grab our future projection radar. That or that moderate risk for severe weather is just to the north of you. So we're going to take a look at what could happen here in Dayton this evening. Convective allowing. So this is going to be our future radar. These storms start to move out of the area over the next couple hours. I think you're going to be I think you're out of the worst of the weather, Dayton. I think that's safe to say that you're going to be out of the worst of the weather, because I just went through the last couple hours, and it looks like you're out of the worst of the severe weather for the rest of the evening. Because I'm looking now into tomorrow, and it looks like you're going to be good. Looking even out into the 48-hour mark. Looks like you're nice and dry there. Child abduction. We just got hammered earlier in Hamilton, Butler County. Trees down all over the place. Yes, right now that is currently going on in Charleston, West Virginia, as those storms have now moved into that area from Washington, Columbus, Cincinnati. These storms are now down here over in on the West Virginia line. They booked it pretty fast to the south, up towards Columbus or up towards Cleveland tonight. Definitely that severe risk continues, and also going to be pushing into Pennsylvania early in the morning and into the late morning hours for parts of West Virginia, into Virginia, and a late afternoon into parts of North Carolina. So it's going to be a long track thunderstorm. Going to be a multi-day coverage of the current severe weather outbreak. Some of the wind reports out here have been insanely high. This was a 911 call center, multiple trees down here in West Virginia. Also, another report of multiple trees down. We've had power lines snapped in West Virginia, roof blown off in West Virginia. So multiple reports across parts of West Virginia for trees down. These severe thunderstorm watch boxes now include parts of Virginia. So, long track thunderstorms this evening, guys. And right now we have these storms moving over parts of Indiana and Wisconsin, and parts of Toledo, Ohio are now severe thunderstorm warned. So a lot of severe weather going on here in the northern sections of Minnesota, Indiana. We had one tornado warning near Chicago a little bit earlier. Columbus definitely could get hit tonight with some severe weather, maybe later on, probably in the early evening hours. But I think most of this is going to stay up here towards Indiana. We'll have to keep watching though, as conditions can change with these storms. All depends on how fast these storms decide to loosen up later in the evening. So, if they loosen up or they keep pushing further south like the other storms did that were not anticipated to keep pushing. So we have these very strong supercell thunderstorms, very, very powerful winds exceeding 80 miles an hour. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, very dangerous storm producing 80 mile per hour winds. These are destructive storms, exclamation mark, 80 mile an hour winds. That's going to be moving into Columbia City, and then you have more of these running into parts of Ohio. These will be eventually pushing towards Sandusky, Upper Sandusky, Cleveland. I'm in Williams County. Haven't gone a second without lightning. Oh, really? It's pretty nasty storms. Where is Williams County? Is that the one that's currently severe thunderstorm warned? Let's see if I can find it. We got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings now in South and North Dakota, West Virginia. Okay, so you're in Williams County, Ohio, so that's going to be this storm. Looks like this storm is starting to move to your south, southeast. So it should be lighting up on the lightning side of things as it continues to push. Bryan, you're in Bryan. Okay. So these storms are still currently over your area. This is probably going to go on for the next 20 some odd minutes as it pushes to your southeast. So you're going to be in it for a little bit longer. But the worst of the severe weather should be moving out of your area. I bet that's a pretty intense thunderstorm right now. look at our velocity signatures. Some very strong inflow going into these storms. In fact, I'm seeing some ridiculously high inflow readings. Over 70 miles per hour in some of these areas. Especially near Defiance right now. Extremely strong winds pulling into this storm. This thing has no sign of letting up anytime soon, the way the winds are pumping into this thunderstorm. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, see, when you're looking at these thunderstorms, the tops of these thunderstorms here are over 46,000 feet over the top of Bryan. You're having some of these thunderstorms here near Ridgeville Corners over 60,000 feet in elevation. So some very, very tall thunderstorms that can drop some absolutely monster-sized hail potential. So classic supercell type thunderstorms. Very, very strong inflow winds that are probably doing some pretty large damage. Some areas of 40 mile per hour gusts are happening. It says 50, but that's somewhat far away from the radar station, so that's not making it necessarily to the ground. But it very well could be. I'm not there, so it's hard to gauge. But I wouldn't doubt if you had over 40 plus mile per hour winds going on. $50 and will most likely damage cars. Well, the worst of that should be out of your area. I haven't seen hail values with this storm that big, but some isolated areas probably definitely did receive it, especially where you had that area of 60,000 foot cloud tops. Definitely could have been some very large hail. Your large hail would be located right near just to the south of Napoleon. This is going to be pulling into Holsgate, Belmore. That's where your largest hail is going to be contained. Thank you guys for continuing to stay tuned to the severe weather threat continuing to ongo for the northern Midwest here. Got severe thunderstorm warnings now for Ottawa, even though the storm isn't in that area yet. They posted it at a precautionary for 70 mile per hour winds, as they're anticipating the storm to roll in towards town. So thank you guys for joining up. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel and helping to support. If you have family and friends in this area, please share this live stream with them. Some people might be without power and not able to get Wi-Fi, but they do have their cell phones. So continuing to take a look here at this severe weather threat. We're still dealing with a severe weather threat here to our south as well, going into Virginia, West Virginia. Very strong, damaging winds going on with some of these storms exceeding 70 miles per hour. So very, very dangerous storms. They have posted severe thunderstorm warnings ahead towards Lewisburg. These are going to be moving right towards Newcastle and Covington, and this is in Virginia. So this has been a long track thunderstorm. Very, very damaging storm, too. It's been ongoing since Illinois and Indiana. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, including Fort Wayne, Indiana. As a precautionary for this storm. Very strong straight line wind damage here. It is very possible. And they are gauging this storm as a very destructive storm. And this is going to be for Noble, Whitley, Huntington, Kosciuszko counties in Indiana. So this is also Allen County. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts being associated with this storm. So that's going to be coming into Fort Wayne. We also got this very strong bow echo going on here. That's going to be moving into Ottawa, Iowa. Hey, what's up, Gina? So very, very serious storms moving in through the area. I've been currently live streaming for just about under 5 hours now. Large severe weather outbreak. These storms producing close to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe some half-dollar size hail being reported in some of these cells. They are gauging this one for 70-mile-per-hour winds. They're saying quarter-size hail. This storm was located near Defiance, and it's moving at 70 miles per hour. This is a very, very fast-moving storm, and that's going to be pushing eventually towards Arlington, Ohio, and Upper Sandusky. Good to see you too, Gina. So we're going to continue to watch this as these storms progress. My guess is this storm's going to try to shoot and meet up. One thing that's interesting that's developing right here is a gust front that's showing up on radar. This is actually kicking up dust and debris ahead of the storm. Same with this right here. These are gust fronts that are developing ahead of these storms, actually picking up dust and debris that is being shown on radar. Very, very heavy-duty winds ahead of these storms. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. We're continuing to monitor this threat. I'm going to pop up the feed here as we get into the evening hours and post it up here on my page so I can pop out the chat. Thank you so much for the 11 people still here in the chat. Make sure to share this stream out with your friends and family so that people can... Yeah, it's hot and it's going to be hot there in California right now. Any word on possible storms tonight for Cincinnati? Rumors of a derecho are possible. Let's take a look here. Cincinnati is going to be down in the southern part of Ohio. I think the derecho is going to be most likely on the eastern part of the state. but they're starting to issue more and more severe thunderstorm warnings, meaning I don't know if this is going to let up, because now most of central and northern Ohio is now severe thunderstorm watched. So I'm gonna have to continue to watch this as this progresses. This very well could become a widespread damaging wind and hail threat. Mostly a damaging wind threat. A derecho is definitely possible for this evening, especially as it comes towards areas like Cleveland, over towards Sandusky, Mount Vernon. I do see that they now put Columbus under that, so definitely going to have to watch. I think this storm, if this can gang together and keep tapping into this unstable atmosphere, I definitely think it's possible that we can get get a very nasty line that develops. But we're going to have to keep watching out to see if that becomes a real possibility. Okay, Gina, you have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Right now we have 163 subscribers, guys. If you guys would like to, please help me out and try to get closer to my 200 goal as I cover more and more of these severe weather outbreaks and soon-to-be hurricane updates as we're getting deeper into hurricane season now. But this definitely could become a more connected line. We're just going to have to watch to see what happens. Because this is starting to look like it's pulling in to try to merge with what else is going on. We're going to take a look at our Detroit radar, and definitely see some more. So this goes. This is a very expansive severe weather threat today. So we're kind of watching this right now. The worst of it has passed areas of like Toledo. We're going to continue to watch areas like Columbia City right now. This is kind of worrisome. That is starting to look like a very, very nasty wind damage possibilities here. Pushing it over towards Fort Wayne, Indiana, and New Haven. Some of these wind gusts are absolutely insane at the mid levels, over 80, maybe even 90, closer to 100-mile-per-hour winds shooting into the storm. So this can cause a lot of damage. These storms pushing towards New Haven, so and Fort Wayne, Aboy. Also, some very nasty, strong, destructive winds in and around Defiance right now. We're coming towards Ottawa. We're going to have to continue to monitor all of these storms here as more and more of these severe thunderstorm watches and warnings become issued. Now we have had a confirmed tree damage. This is going to be in New Haven, Indiana. This was as if 15 minutes ago. There is trees being uprooted and a roof blown off. This was 10 minutes ago outside of New Haven, probably in front of this gust front that's occurring right now. Very, very scary situation for a roof to get blown off right here as these storms have these serious gust fronts that are actually showing up here on radar. Very serious situation. thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys would like to help contribute to the page, I do have a Cash App and PayPal. If you guys would like to help sponsor my mission to help save lives and get the equipment that I need to get ready to enter in the field storm chasing, I need to get a couple of things that I'm planning to get anyway. But help is always accepted. Got that on MPing. Yeah, that is an MPing alert. So somebody who is a storm spotter measured a roof being blown off. That is a serious wind. Probably that gust front is probably jetting at 70, 80 miles an hour. Very serious situation. These storms are moving extremely fast. Latest update was about 3 minutes ago. We're going to continue to watch. Please pray for the towns of Fort Wayne and New Haven right now, and also Aboy, as we get some of these really nasty storms coming in. Also Milling Center and Cossin, Casa. So it was a scary situation coming towards Fort Wayne, Indiana. We really start seeing that inflow notch starting to wrap around the circulation here. This could become a tornado warning storm here in the future. But we are monitoring these conditions. They are saying that this is a dangerous storm, very destructive storm, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is moving to the southeast at 55 miles per hour. It's going to be coming right towards New Haven and Fort Wayne, Indiana. Currently, it's over Lake Everett. We also got these destructive storms up here that are really starting to bow out across to the south of Toledo, coming into Findlay. No, so you can have destructive winds. You can right here. You can clearly see a outflow boundary gust front on the radar right over New Haven. So it is possible that you could have trees down with that gust front. I've seen them knock out transformers in person. That is a very distinct. This is kicking up dust, possibly some debris. There's a very serious gust front ahead of that storm. But we're starting to get this really tight circulation right now that's currently going on. Starting to wonder if that could become tornado warned as it comes towards Fort Wayne, Indiana. But some people do fraudulently put out reports, and don't ask me why. I think it's stupid, and they should automatically lose their position in the storm spotter network for doing that stuff, because it causes people anxiety and could cause panic. So this is starting to get quite the serious amount of winds pouring around this circulation here. Checks out. Very dangerous situation coming towards Fort Wayne, Indiana, as well as New Haven. We'll have to keep monitoring the velocity. It just looks like it's going to be some incredibly damaging winds coming towards New Haven and Fort Wayne. We're taking a look here at our winds, and I'm seeing some 78, maybe 80 mile an hour winds here within this storm, especially here in right around Highway 30 or Interstate 30, going towards Interstate 69. So if you're on that freeway, there is a good chance right here that you could see some semis top over. Also along Highway 14 here, this section of Highway 69. Be very, very cautious on these highways right now. Do you think how bad do you think Twinsburg, Ohio? Where in the God name is Twinsburg? I have never heard of
Twinsburg. Twinsburg is other side of Summit County. It's near Macedonia.
You're gonna have
You
to.
have to go into Akron, and from Akron you're gonna see. No.
So I have some resident Ohioans that I am roommates with that are trying to point me in the right
Yeah,
direction.
we used to live near Macedonia. We used to live near Twinsburg. It's right on the other side of Macedonia. So
What time are these storms coming into Pittsburgh? Great question. Let me get that timed out for you as soon as I find. You said go towards Akron.
Yes,
Yep, go towards.
That's Akron is near.
Cleveland.
Okay, so I had the right area.
Yes, right below Cleveland.
Okay, so I have Canton, Medina,
Matter of fact,
Akron. Okay, so I see Akron.
okay,
Actually, for
I'm gonna help you on this one. Right?
Please.
Because
Macedonia,
go
Hudson,
into Brimfield. Let me see. It's
put
gonna be.
Aurora there, go towards Aurora.
Let's see,
Twinsburg.
There it is, right there.
Okay.
See Macedonia?
Yep. All right. So let me get a timing here for you in Twinsburg. All right. So let's find out for you here. So Twinsburg, you could see your first shot at maybe some scattered storms around 11, and then around 3 a.m. it's going to be a pretty substantial storm from about 3 a.m. to around 4 a.m. roughly. MJ plays. And that thread's going to push off to your south probably around 5. I would say in between 2 and 5 a.m. So let's take a look at Philadelphia or Pittsburgh. And that's in Pennsylvania.
Yep, that's right. Youngstown.
Yep. So we're going to take a look here at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, you can see your first shot at some storms in and around the area around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be pushing out by probably 1 a.m. And then your next shot for some very strong storms is going to be 5, 6. The worst of your weather is going to be in between probably 4 and 7 a.m. down in Pittsburgh. So that would be my guess. And that should be pushing out of your area, and you should be cleared out for the remainder of the day. So you could see storms theoretically from about midnight to about 6 a.m. on and off. But your biggest shot of your more organized severe weather is going to be in between 4 and 7 a.m. Hope I was able to help, guys, with the future radar. Sometimes it can be off by an hour or two with the future radar, usually within an hour. So just kind of give it that time frame an hour give either way. But it has has pretty solid confidence that that will be around that time frame. No problem, guys. Do appreciate you guys joining me up here and choosing my channel to watch for your severe weather coverage this evening. So if you would like to, please consider subscribing to my channel and smashing that like button. It does help to push the videos into the algorithm and be able to help reach more people. Because we're going to have some more severe weather outbreaks over the next week or so over in Wisconsin, Minnesota, South Dakota, probably into, what was it? Let me take a look here. So tomorrow, severe weather threats going to be Washington, D.C., Virginia Beach, Omaha, Nebraska, Raleigh, North Carolina, and Norfolk, Virginia. But I think that's going to extend probably into the southeastern part of North Carolina as well. And then our next threat is going to be on Wednesday is Madison, Wisconsin, Des Moines, Iowa, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Rochester, Minnesota. So we're going to also take a look to see if they have anything for our 4-day. And that's going to be back on Thursday in Cleveland, Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Buffalo, New York, and Rochester, New York. I don't think they have anything going on the 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8 day. So we'll just have to continue to monitor our threats as the week goes on here into mid-June. So looks like we have that very dangerous storm hitting in downtown Fort Wayne, Indiana right now as we speak. Incredibly strong winds entering the town of Fort Wayne. Even got a pretty tight circulation entering town right now. We're continuing to watch this very destructive wind in Fort Wayne right now. Some of these are 80-mile-per-hour winds coming into Fort Wayne, maybe some isolated areas of up to 90. This is very, very destructive winds coming into Fort Wayne and New Haven right now. The worst of this is going to pour right into downtown Fort Wayne, Indiana. So I would be away from doors and windows right now if I was in Fort Wayne. Continuing to take a look here at our modeling forecast, we're going to also take a look at our correlation coefficient. I would not be surprised if this possibly went tornado warned. But right now I'm not seeing any debris being pulled up here, but I do see this little donut hole here coming into South Fort Wayne. Very, very destructive storm. These are the type of storms that can produce tornadoes. So if you're in Fort Wayne, Indiana, this is right on top of you. Seek shelter. This should be treated like a tornado warning because these winds are the same strength as a low-grade EF1 to high-grade EF0 tornado. Say the most cringiest thing ever. Not really the time and place to do that right now. Guys, please be respectful in the stream. We got a dangerous situation ongoing. This storm is heading right for Decanter. It's going to also be pushing over towards Mooresville at over 55 miles per hour. Decatur, sorry, 55. So this was going to be coming towards Decatur here in the next 20 minutes, guys. That's 80-mile-per-hour winds coming towards the town of Decatur. This is going to be pushing off to the southeast. So Salem, Monroe, Decatur, or yeah, Decatur. Having to Tater. Wilshire. This is going to be moving to the southeast here, guys. Very strong, destructive winds coming towards Decatur in 19 minutes or less. You have a lot of forward moving speed, potentially 16,000 people affected by this damaging wind. So, which is also going to include Hessen Castle, Hoagland, Monroeville, Monmouth, East Liberty, Dixon, Revere, Wolfcale, Convoy, Middlebury. So if you're in any of those areas, this is going to be in Mercer in about 43 minutes. Thank you guys for tuning in here to the stream. I do appreciate it. Also live on Facebook at the Storm Chasing Guy. Continuing to monitor this ongoing severe weather threat. What about South Central Virginia? Somebody just commented that on the Facebook side of things, and I guess I missed it. So Stephanie, if you're still in here off of the Facebook side of things, Virginia is going to be probably into tomorrow afternoon, but there is a shot that it's coming, another shot of severe weather that's currently moving into central Virginia right now, near Falling Spring, Lewisburg. There is some damaging storms moving in and around that area. It's starting to kind of break up into different segments. I really think by the time it gets to Covington, it's going to be kind of broken up. There's multiple areas of severe weather threat ongoing today. This has been ongoing right now since this afternoon, earlier this afternoon. So very expensive severe weather threat. We can take a look at some of these winds are still pretty strong in and around the storm, especially near Hinton, probably 60-mile-an-hour winds. Central Virginia. Let's get an accurate time for her just to give her a little peace of mind of when these storms could be moving into her area. Let's take a look here. Those first storms really start to fizzle out. Tomorrow in between 9, 10, 11. In between 9 and 11. I'm still monitoring the ongoing severe weather threat. Hey, SPC, you have a good rest of your night. What is it looking like for West Virginia and northern Panhandle? So most of the storms right now are moving out of the area. Let's take a look at West Virginia for the northern Panhandle of West Virginia. All right, let's take a look. That's Ohio. This is West Virginia. So looks like the strongest chance for northern West Virginia Panhandle is going to be probably around, give or take, starting at about 7 a.m. to about maybe 9 a.m. Probably your best chance of having severe weather. That's going to be a very strong line of severe thunderstorms moving into that area. So, and that's going off of the future projection radar. So give it a 1 to 2 hour buffer. I'd say at least an hour buffer. Sometimes they can be a little tiny bit off on the when you get into the over 10-hour ahead of time frame, but it'll give you a pretty close idea of when that can occur. Thank you guys for staying up with me as we cover this severe weather threat. We do have another severe weather threat that's ongoing right now for parts of South Dakota. Ugh, it kicked my butt. So we're still having a very strong damaging wind event going on here for areas near Hoagland. This is going to be pushing off to the south towards Monroe, Portland, possibly. It might even take them more southeast towards Coldwater. No problem, Jacob. Glad I could help. Yeah, so that's taking that. That's going to be going towards Monroe, Decatur. If you're in those areas, this is a very strong inflow boundary right here. This could be doing some very serious winds pulling into the storm. So, FYI. if you're in Decatur, Buffington, that inflow jet right here can do an immense amount of damage as it fuels this storm. Right now, I'm not seeing anything that could even remotely cause a tornado right now. It looks like it's mostly going to be a straight line wind damage. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Norwalk and Sandusky down to Norwalk in Ohio. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Findlay, Upper Sandusky. This storm has some very serious winds as well. This has got 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is Seneca County, Wyandotte County? Wood County, and Hancock County in northwestern Ohio. This is going to be for Findlay, Tifton, Astoria, Upper Sandusky, Buffington, North Baltimore, Macomb, Forest, Arlington, Bloomfield, Sycamore, Arcadia, Rawson, Vanlue, Van Buren, New Regal, Cary, Attica, Nevada, and Bloomdale. So if you're in any of those cities, this is heading right in your general direction. Thank you guys so much for tuning into today's live stream. I seriously appreciate it. Trying to grow my storm chasing page. I'm eventually going to be doing some on the ground storm chasing starting next year. I'll still be doing storm chasing here in Texas this year, but it's going to be more within a 4 or 5 hour radius of here. It's going to be kind of hard for me to make it towards Ohio and places like that right now. So if you'd like to help my mission, I do have a Cash App and a PayPal if you guys would like to help. Continuing to watch this storm, still ongoing here. Starting to now see what looks like some possible mid-level rotation occurring. Got to really watch out for areas like Hogland, Warren, as this continues to go further south. Williams. You can get some QCLS tornadoes that develop on some of these lines. Subscribing does help too. Thank you guys. We have 13 people still in the house. It's been a really great turnout tonight on tonight's streams. Been able to get warnings out to quite a bit of people. We've been averaging about 100 to 200 people per hour. So I do appreciate that a lot. It does help to spread the word about this channel and to spread a word about all these severe weather outbreaks going on here. And I just wanted to say thank you guys. I am an amateur storm forecaster. I'm also a storm spotter for the National Weather Service office in San Antonio, Austin, Texas area. I've been chasing and forecasting pretty much on and off my whole life. Long time. So I know a little thing or two. I'm an advanced storm spotter, so I've taken the advanced classes. And so this is just a hobby for me to take a look at storms and help people get the warnings that they need. and also help try to give some forecasts. Oh, somebody donated $50? No way. Say what? That is crazy. Yeah, as soon as I find out who it was, I'll definitely make sure to give them a major, major shout out. No shout out, please. Thank you. Good work. Oh, that is awesome. I know you don't want to be shouted out, but thank you. You know who you are. That is badass. That made my whole night. I really do appreciate that. Wow. PayPal donation for $50. That does help to go towards my storm chasing mission and be able to get the laptop mount that I need for my vehicle or one of the mounts that I need for the cameras. So that really, really good. That really, really helps. Also with gas, because gas is very expensive. So.
We can always go to Taco Bell. Gas is still cheap there.
Gas is still cheap at Taco Bell, if you catch my drift. But that is awesome. Still monitoring our severe weather threat. Multiple areas now moving into Decatur. Large hail also falling. 2 to 2.5 inch hail around Fort Wayne, Indiana. I don't know why some of these storm spotters don't use the MPings more often. It helps get warnings out pretty darn quick. The MPing is a new thing where you basically click and submit your report right onto the radar scope app,
Right.
and then immediately goes to the National Weather Service, which is really, really cool. People really need to start using that more often. Helps get hail reports out much quicker, wind reports, tornado reports. But I always like to send an MPing and then send a report into the National Weather Service with photo documentation, so they know that it's not BS. Because I think some people, unfortunately, do fabricate storm reports, and don't get me asking why. I still haven't quite figured that one out. To somebody who's very new to storm spotting, they can get a funnel cloud and scud mixed up very, very quickly. Trust me, it's fooling at times, but it definitely does happen. So continuing to look at the Facebook feed too, just to make sure that nobody's asking any questions. Right now, nobody has. So we're going to continue to watch these storms as these progress. This is coming into Sandusky right now. Some very, very nasty storms coming in, passing through Huron and Sandusky at the moment, coming into Norwalk. And this is in Ohio. These are going to be pushing towards Worcester, Mansfield, Ohio, and New Philadelphia, Belleville. Thank you so much. We have 14 people watching right now. I do appreciate you guys staying tuned with the ongoing severe weather threat. I do appreciate you guys choosing my channel.
Ohio takes their weather very seriously.
Oh, yeah. Dude, like most of my people who are subscribing to me are now from Ohio.
Yeah, because it's a lot of farm country.
Yeah.
That's why. So they take the weather very seriously. I spread you out on Facebook, by the way.
Hey, thank you. I do appreciate it. Big shout out to people in Ohio. I cannot wait to go check out Ohio for myself. I've never been there. Definitely a place I want to check out. We do have some new storm reports coming out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Trained weather spotter estimated a wind gust around 80 miles an hour. Large trees broken in southwest Fort Indiana, Allen County, Indiana. Power was also lost at location. Very, very dangerous storm, and that was in South Indiana. Multiple trees down in Covington Road and Line Road right now in Whitley County. And this is coming from an amateur radio operator, ham radio operator out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, a storm spotter. So these are confirmed reports. We also have this current mesoscale TVS signature here. We're continuing to look at. I'm going to take a look at the correlation coefficient just to see if there is any possible debris being lofted. This is a potential tornado warning that could occur near East Liberty. This is going to be pushing towards Wilshire. So continue to watch that as that continues to push further south. If you guys have any comments, questions, or concerns, please put them in the chat. That way I can continue to take a look at our ongoing threats.
I don't know. I can't wait to go back to Lima. They got that big flea market out there.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, it's big. That's the only place in Ohio that's got a big flea market like that. And as big as they are here at San Antonio, that one's just as big. Have a good night, John.
You're heading up to bed?
Yeah, I'm going to bed, man.
I hear you. Have a good night. So when it comes to all things Ohio, I ask my roommates because they're from there. So they're from Akron area. So I'm watching out for this line here for damaging wind potential coming towards Ashland right now. This is going to be in Ashland probably within the next little bit. These storms are moving extremely fast south of Huron, going towards Medina, over towards Buckeyes, Bucyrus, I guess. I don't know the appropriate pronunciation. Also, Marion. This is going to be moving towards you. Belleville. So watch out in these areas. It's going to be pushing into Worcester eventually. This is a very, very damaging storm. This is going to add on to it here. And my guess, this is going to continue to add on to it. We'll take a look at our full radar photo right now. Thank you guys for staying up with me here on the Storm Chasing Guy page. I do appreciate you guys for joining me. Make sure to tap that like button. Hopefully some more people from the Ohio area join up, and that way we can try to get some more local forecasts for people. And these are very, very nasty storms. still ongoing for Ohio. We're still going into parts of Indiana, but most of these storms are starting to mostly push into Ohio right now. We're going to continue to take a full look at all of our severe weather threat. Still got these embedded supercells here, another one here. Most likely that these will eventually end up connecting and continuing this line as they push in towards Columbus, all the way up towards possibly East Liverpool, Pittsburgh later on. There's going to be long duration severe weather threat. We still have a severe weather threat down here in Virginia and West Virginia that is still ongoing. This is a very strong line of storms, kind of broken up now, but still strong nonetheless, moving into near Rocky Mount. So we'll continue to monitor this dangerous wind conditions here in West Virginia as this comes towards Petersburg, Virginia, and Radford. So these are going to continue to move on and possibly push. Now Wiseville is now severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be Pulaski County in Virginia, Giles, Tazewell, Bland, Wythe, and Mercer counties in West Virginia. This is going to be 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts along this damaging wind line. So everybody needs to be paying attention for parts of eastern Virginia here. This could very well push into parts of North Carolina this evening. So I'll have to continue to watch out for this as that pushes further south. Might have some steering with that as it comes towards areas of northern North Carolina eventually. Hillsville, very strong damaging line, and another one possible tomorrow. We do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be up in North Dakota. We'll take a look at our threat here in North Dakota. This is an all-new tornado warning. This tornado is going to be located right about here, just to the south of Clinton. This is going to be moving over mostly rural areas of highway, and intersect close towards Highway 3. Another broad area of rotation going on that will be moving towards Harvey. So people definitely need to be paying attention here. Coming into Harvey, North Dakota. This is going to be Pierce County, Sheridan County, and Wells County, and North Dakota. There's a current severe thunderstorm warning. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across North Dakota and South Dakota currently right now, but our main threat right now is this particularly dangerous storm going on across Indiana. This is a PDS thunderstorm for Decatur, and that's going to be pushing off into parts of Ohio. Van Wert, Ohio, very, very nasty storm. 80-mile-per-hour winds is what it's being warned for right now. These are destructive storms! Exclamation mark. This should be treated like a tornado warning. So, just a little heads up there, guys. That's very, very dangerous storm heading towards Decatur. Or it's already hitting Decatur right now. These winds are extremely nasty. Some very, very strong wind gusts. Excess of 60, 70 miles an hour, possibly some isolated gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour. So we're going to continue to monitor these storms as the severe weather threat increases. This is a full-on severe weather outbreak going on for parts of Indiana, Ohio right now. This would be a very high precipitation supercell. We got more supercells here that are currently ongoing. Both are dropping some sizable hail, probably quarter size. The Sandusky is absolutely getting, or upper Sandusky is getting absolutely blasted right now with some very heavy winds. This is out of the Cleveland station here. I'm going to take a look at the Columbus station. And right now, they're actually kind of down right now. They're on a delay. So our best chance right now is going to be our Cleveland station. So it's going to be very far away from the current radar station. But this is going to be pushing towards Columbus. Thank you guys for joining me. Make sure to subscribe to this channel. Make sure to hit that like button. It helps get it out to more people. Got currently 22 likes on this stream. Make sure to hit that like, and it helps go out to more people. And also share this with your friends. If you're in Ohio, share it with your family. Some people might not be getting warnings and updates, but they could access this stuff on their phone. So please, guys, please consider sharing this out. And it does help to get towards more people. I'm gonna also add my TikTok as well. Actually, I don't know where the piece is. Doesn't look like I have the piece for it, so I might not be able to. Hey, Bill Ritter, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate it. Always appreciate new subscribers here on the Storm Chasing Guy page. On the journey to 200 subscribers here on the Storm Chasing Guy. I am currently working on a mission to better help save lives and be on the ground with some of these storms, especially across Texas and Oklahoma. I'm going to be starting a big storm chasing mission next year. I'm actually going to be starting it probably into the fall to cover flash flooding events across Texas, help get some warnings out. This is a monster supercell thunderstorm here coming into the Ohio line with Indiana. Very, very nasty storm with over 80-mile-an-hour winds. This is a very destructive storm coming into Van Wert. This is going to be pushing towards Lima. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be severe thunderstorm warning for Putnam, Paulding County, Van Wert County, and Allen County in Ohio. Destructive storm, 80-mile-per-hour winds. This should be treated just like a tornado warning. This can do as much damage as an EF0 tornado, and possibly even a low-grade EF1. So please take these storms seriously. This is on the verge of a low-grade EF1 tornado as far as the straight-line wind damage. Or also the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane. They honestly should call these storms land hurricanes because they are so destructive. They produce enough wind to really do some damage. We're also taking a look at over here. This is some very strong damaging winds going on, coming towards Galleon, Belleville, New Washington, still continuing to monitor these threats. Some of these winds could be extremely high, over 70 miles an hour coming into some of these areas. So please, please take these warnings seriously. We've been live here for about 5.5 hours this evening. So I'm just continuing to monitor these threats. It's been a very long duration, and it's going to go well into midnight, into mid-afternoon tomorrow for parts of Virginia, West Virginia, maybe even close to Washington, D.C. So very destructive storms. Lots and lots of lightning going on near Fort Wayne, Indiana. Absolutely monster severe thunderstorm going on near Fort Wayne. Incredibly dangerous, destructive storms. I'm in between a couple of different radar stations, why we're not getting the full look of all of the storms together. This severe thunderstorm is packing 70 miles an hour. It's coming towards Medina and Worcester. It's going to be moving eventually into areas like Cambridge, Mount Vernon. I think you're probably pretty good up here in Cleveland. Check mark that. Still some incredibly destructive thunderstorms going on here. Very, very intense. Wind damage going on with both of these storms. Seeing some of these isolated values well over 70 miles per hour here. So it's a very incredibly dangerous situation coming towards Rockford, Ohio City, Van Wert, uh, Hoagland, eventually into Dendorosia, Eaglin, Spencerville, Fort Jennings. It's going to be coming towards Salina, St. Mary's. Thank you guys for tuning in so far. We're still going through our live feeds, seeing what reports are coming out of these storms here. Upper Sandusky is absolutely getting hammered right now. Marion's getting pretty hammered with storms right now. The main severe damaging wind threat is going to be right near Greenwich, coming into New London, Shelby, Galleon, Belleville. Probably in the next 10 minutes. So Mount Vernon's probably about 25-30 minutes out. This will be moving into Worcester. This is a pretty upscale system here. Take a look at these storms. We're not really seeing what looks like maybe something trying to bridge the gap between these two. I would not be shocked if something eventually forms in around Lima here soon, but it might be able to remain capped. So we'll have to take it. We'll have to see. Definitely some dry air pouring in and around this storm. This will be pushing towards Columbus here in the near future. Thank you guys for tuning in. Very destructive storms tonight, guys. We still have an active tornado warning, and that's going to be for parts of Minnesota, or North Dakota. Take a look at our threat here in North Dakota real quick. This is a active ongoing tornado warning. If I had to guess between two areas where this tornado warning would be, it'd be right here and right here. I don't think it's an observed tornado. Nope. So we have a couple of storm spotters out in this right now. We have a tornado $50 size hail. We'll also take a look here at our correlation coefficient for these couple areas here that are currently rotating. See if so we do have what looks like possibly a debris signature pushing off here to the northeast. There could be a tornado on the ground coming right near Selt in North Dakota, just north of Harvey. So, but that could also be very large destructive hail, which kind of doesn't look possible. My guess, people do need to be careful. One area of rotation is right here, clearly evident on the radar, and another area being right here. So, continuing to watch these situations unfold in both North Dakota as well as Ohio, because there are a lot of storms ongoing, guys, and it's tough to keep track when you have such a large outbreak. These derechos are very exhausting storms to cover because they are ongoing for so long. I've been live for nearly 6 hours. These are very, very dangerous storms here in Ohio right now, and in and around Sandusky. We've had some 2 to 2.5 inch hail being indicated in some of these storms. Does look like some area of convection right here. Might be developing into a little bit of a MCS, low pressure system, and that might continue to funnel this energy as it keeps moving to the southeast. And 9 people in the house. Thank you guys so much. Looks like we have some very large hail near LaRue. Maybe some 2.5 inch, possibly 3-inch hail falling near LaRue. Very, very, very destructive storm. Could be a definite supercell embedded in this line. Let's try to see if we can see that on the Cleveland radar too. If you guys have any questions in the chat, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be more than happy to help answer those questions for you. Otherwise, we're going to continue to watch this severe weather threat. This is now pushing it towards Mount Vernon, which is already severe thunderstorm warned ahead of this storm, as well as Ashland. Probably soon to be Worcester and Orville, Holmesville. This is also pushing somewhat close to Columbus. Would not be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm warning for Columbus with this storm that pushes closer to the Columbus area. There might be actually a north shot for areas around New Albany, and then another shot for around Cove City. So there might be a little bit of a dual shot for severe weather for the city of Columbus. Dayton, I really think you're going to be out of the worst of the chances. But there's always a chance that's on good form. So we're continuing to watch this threat. We kind of got this rear supercell here that is very strong, producing some incredible lightning. A lot of lightning hitting the ground with this storm. Very damaging winds on both storms right now. Hope everybody's having a good night. Hope everybody's being safe. There are just an absolute ton of lightning strikes with this storm here over Ohio City. Thank you so much for the 10 people that are still here watching the stream. Do appreciate your love and support. Continuing to watch this severe weather threat as it keeps going. Incredibly dangerous winds here, over 80, maybe even 90 miles per hour in some of these areas. This should be treated like a tornado warning for St. Mary's. Very, very destructive hail and severe winds. And they're even saying this is a very destructive storm. We've already had reports of homes being damaged with roof damage with these straight line winds. That's going to be pushing right towards St. Mary's. We got this storm here that has been producing some 70-mile-per-hour winds along this line. That's in its general direction of where it's moving. Belleville, Mansfield, Ashland, Bailey Lakes, Worcester could be under the threat. Medina possibly under the threat. Large destructive storm going on right now. Delaware also now severe thunderstorm warned, which is just north of Columbus. More storms moving. This storm's going to be taking a track towards Bellefontaine, sorry, and towards Urbana. Probably could, depending on the track, come into Columbus. So I'll have to keep watching these. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Lima. That's also going to be Cairo, Lafayette. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now, guys. We have 152 messages on this board. Jeez. Right now, Allen, Ohio, Allen County, Paulding County, Putnam County, and Van Herst County, 80 mile per hour. This is a very destructive storm. Also, Allen and Putnam. So there's multiple severe thunderstorm warnings saying that this is a particularly dangerous storm. But don't take these one. There's some strong storms moving into Virginia right now. Also, Crawford, Ohio, 70 mile per hour, Marion and Merrill, 70 mile per hour winds, Ashland, Knox, Morrow, Ohio, and Richland, 70 mile per hour winds. Ashland, Ohio, Erie, Huron, Medina, Richland, and Wayne County in Ohio are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. We got a lot of counties right now under a severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia and West Virginia, including Allegheny, Bath, Botetourt, Craig, Giles, Montgomery, City of Covington, downtown Covington, Green Bear, Mercer, Monroe, and Summers County in West Virginia. We also have Delaware, Harding, Logan, and Union counties. A lot of flash flooding going on today in Canada. These are all Canadian flash flood warnings. A lot of them. Rainfall warnings all across Canada today. Special weather statements are going to be pre-severe thunderstorm warnings. So a lot of messages on the board right now. Very strong supercell continues to dominate here. over towards Wapakatoa, Wapakata, Wapakonota. I'm gonna go with that. Man, I haven't heard of somebody butchering more towns than the Weather Channel does. Just saying. So Bellefontaine, part of that county, also just got severe thunderstorm warned. There's going to be penny-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds going to be coming into town. Sydney, Bellefontaine, Fort Shawnee. If you're new here, please consider subscribing to the channel. It'd be a lot of help. Keep Thank you for tuning in, guys. I really do appreciate it. Had close to 1,000 people tuning into tonight's live. I sincerely appreciate that. That means a lot. Hopefully, I've been able to help get some of these warnings out to you guys. That storm is making a beeline right now for St. Mary's. St. Mary's, you've got very little time to react. There's probably a lot of lightning in your area right now. We're going to take a look at your velocity scans. And very destructive winds from Van Wert towards Spencerville right now. This is incredibly damaging wind. Got a lot of hail reports of over 2, possibly 3-inch hail over towards near Cheaterville. Very destructive storms. A large amount of hail falling here now, coming towards St. Mary's with that wind damage. That is going to be really, really destructive. Some areas of 2-inch hail, $50, maybe even ping pong ball size hail coming towards St. Mary's right now. Also, some large hail coming in towards Mansfield, Cheaterville, towards Mount Vernon. Some very destructive winds going on with that area. Also, Richwood, Mount Victory, Ashley. So these have some isolated pockets of some very destructive hail as well as wind. So some people could suffer some damage to cars if you're in these areas. Mount Vernon, if you have a car outside, I would consider placing some protection on the windows of your doors. This is continuing to be a long duration severe weather event, pushing close to 6 hours with these destructive thunderstorms that are currently ongoing. Large bow echo here, very destructive winds from Mansfield up towards Wellington, um, New London, possibly coming right towards, actually not possibly, it's most likely going to come towards Columbus. This storm is going to follow suit, probably right towards the south part of Columbus as well. I would not doubt if this at one time begins to connect here. I know we got this pocket of dry air in between these two, but this is going to continue to jet off to the southeast here. Eventually going to move into areas like Clarksburg, Morgantown, West Virginia, and it'll be in Virginia tomorrow. Thank you guys for continuing to tune in to the stream. Hey SPC, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Welcome back, welcome back. Still continuing to monitor our ongoing severe weather threat. This is a very large, damaging storm currently going on in Ohio. This is going to be part of that Derecho setup that we have. I don't think there's going to be much more. It looks like there is some more thunderstorms forming here to the north in Michigan. So these are, I don't know how strong these storms are. Okay, so they still have some strong storms up in Michigan right now. Going to be eventually coming towards Detroit. So these will probably pull into Pennsylvania tomorrow. But we're covering our main severe weather threat that is currently ongoing. It is absolutely absurd how much severe weather is going on right now. Oh, I know, these storms are still holding on strong. This is going to be our derecho. It's going to be moving this supercell coming into St. Mary's right now in Ohio is incredibly destructive with over 80-mile-an-hour winds. Large hail also falling just south of Mansfield. These storms are starting to really bow out here as they push towards Columbus. Most likely, they're probably going to race to the south here, eventually coming into New Albany, Pleasantville. These are going to start to push off towards to the southeast, West Virginia, and possibly all the way into probably Pittsburgh. They're already warning these storms up in Canton right now, ahead of all this, just to give precautionaries for Berlin, Canton, Canton, Ohio. Might come towards Barbertown. I don't know about Akron. We'll have to keep watching. Fort Wayne, Indiana, there was a 95 mile per hour wind gust. Good God. That is a confirmed wind gust at 95 miles per hour in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That was part of this storm right here. So those 90-mile-an-hour winds were making it to the ground. That is very, very serious. Thank you so much, Tim. I do appreciate that update there. And that was courtesy of Facebook. So, some extremely damaging storms in Fort Wayne. It looks like Fort Wayne took a very serious hit, just like St. Mary's is right now. Dakota is taking some pretty heavy-duty winds, over 80 miles an hour. That's going to be pushing towards Jackson Center and Botkins here pretty soon. Very large destructive hail near Mulleton. Some possible 2 and 3 inch hail reports going on. Very long duration supercell. Will the storms hit in Pickaway County? Where is Pickaway County, Jonathan? Is that in Ohio? Pickaway County, we're going to take a look. That is over near Columbus, it looks like. County seat is Circleville. So that's going to be just to the south of Columbus. I definitely think that this storm right here definitely could impact parts of Columbus in the not too far future. We're going to take a look here. It's Wilmington, Ohio. So this storm right now is on path to make a line towards Circleville. It'll be near London at 11:17 p.m. So we can get kind of an idea. This storm is jetting, very destructive storm, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is a PDS. This is a very destructive storm for Inglis, Logan, Hardin, and Shelby counties. This is going to do tornado-like damage, but with straight-line wind. That's currently going on in St. Mary's, Ohio. Same with these storms. Very, very destructive winds near Delaware, coming towards Newark, Worcester, Saskatchewan. Mansfield has already been dealing with them. So we'll take a look here, find out what time these storms could be making its way towards your area in Circleville. Very large destructive winds. We have a lot of inflow being wrapped into this storm right now. This is going to continue to fuel the fire as that comes southbound, unfortunately. So let's get a accurate reading here and find out when that could be making it your direction. First, I got to find out the forward moving speed, and that's 55 miles per hour. These storms are moving at almost highway speeds. Let's see, Columbus towards Circleville, 55 mile per hour. Circleville, it'll be there in about 104 minutes in your general area. So you have about less than 2 hours to get ready for this storm, about an hour and 40 minutes or less. I do have a confirmed report from Reed Timmer of 3-inch hail in Hot Springs, South Dakota. That's according to his Twitter page. He is currently up there storm chasing right now. Hey, I'm new here. When you have time, can you, are we good in Indianapolis, or can we go to bed? Indianapolis, Indiana, you should be all cleared to go to bed now. The worst of this, I believe, is out of your way. Let's take a look. Indianapolis, yeah, you're going to be free and clear. The worst of this has now moved into Ohio. Anything new? Just some reports out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, at 95 mile per hour wind gusts at the airport. Large destructive hail going on near St. Mary's, Batkins. That's going to be pushing its way southward towards West Liberty, the Riff, Urbana. Oh, 100. Thank you for this coverage. What's heading towards Medina? Okay, let's take a look here. Medina was... I swear I'm going to have Ohio memorized by the end of this. I'm trying to think. Where is Medina? There's not going to be any real rotation with these storms. Actually, let me bite my words. There's a new tornado warning for Ohio. So right now we have Ashland, Holmes, and Knox counties in Ohio currently under a tornado warning. Let's take a look at our current threat here for Ohio, and this is where the tornado would be located, coming towards Beck Mills. This is a very dangerous storm, guys. I'm going to take a look at our radar here. We do have some high inflow meeting some outflow there. So, I'm going to take a look at our signature here. I don't see anything that could be on the ground right now. This is a radar indicated tornado. So it is possible that you could see a brief QCLS tornado. It is not going to be a concurrent thing. This just randomly spin up. So there is about a 2% chance of a possible tornado. But that should be diminishing. It's mostly going to be a straight line wind event. As far as Medina, I need to look up Medina, Ohio, and figure out where that is. I have a general area. Medina is going to be west of Akron. Okay, so these storms right now, we're looking here. So if I go towards Cleveland, which is right here, I go down almost directly south. Medina's right here. You can see the very north end of this. I don't think you're going to have the destructive winds. I think that you might get some moderate rain on the south side of town, but the worst of your weather is going to be coming towards Wooster to your south. Saskatchewan, Newark, Cambridge. This is I would say you're probably gonna be okay in Medina. No problem, guys. I know there. Oh, you said look at the rotation on the North Dakota storm. Yeah, there is a current tornado warning also ongoing in North Dakota. I'll take a quick look at this real fast. So this is going to be coming towards Josephine, North Dakota. So this is where the tornado warning would most likely be located. And I'm going to take a look. There is, that could be large hail, but that could also be some possible debris being lofted. But what I'm seeing right here is that's the most likely area for where these are the two biggest areas of rotation here. And it's not really matching up with the correlation coefficient. So probably a hail pour or some blowing. It's probably some inflow jet. Thank you guys for tuning into tonight's live stream. We're almost at 200 subscribers. Thank you guys for joining. If you guys would like to help contribute to the page, I do have my PayPal and Cash App linked if you guys would like to help my storm chasing mission. The funds go to getting new cameras for the car and some weather gauges for my vehicle, onboard weather system for the car, so I can go into these storms and report. I'm going to be doing a big storm chasing mission next year. So definitely a tight area of rotation here coming towards Stillwell, Blissfield. We'll have to keep watching this as it goes further to the southwest here. And there could be an area of that definitely looks like on the reflectivity that there either is blowing dust in that, or that could even be some possible debris being kicked up within that thunderstorm. I'll have to continue to watch this as this progresses, but I'm very worried that there could be an actual tornado on the ground just to the south of Greer. And it doesn't show that on the correlation coefficient, so I think it's just probably, if it is a tornado, it's probably a weak lower end tornado. It's going to be what we call a QCLS tornado. And they're usually short-lived, but they can come pretty much without warning. So I'm glad the National Weather Service did issue that tornado warning for this area. So very, very strong storms. Thank you guys so much for tuning in this evening and supporting the page. Is that coming towards DC? I think it's going to go more south of DC, actually. I think this potent storm here, which is starting to look like it's about to start connecting with this storm as well. This is the most destructive of the storms. This has been continuous powerhouse of large hail, tons of lightning, monster supercell, 80-mile-an-hour winds, PDS warnings for hours. And this is the storm right here that dropped that 95-mile-an-hour wind over Fort Wayne, Indiana. So, scary situation. Now it's been downgraded to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still a very dangerous storm. Shelby County, Champaign County, Logan County, Hardin County, and Union counties, which includes Sidney. Very destructive winds coming into Bellefontaine. Some of these winds here in Bellefontaine could be exceeding 70, possibly 80 miles per hour at some points. We're going to take a look here. We're seeing some signatures 70, 80, possibly even 95 miles an hour. Treat this storm, guys, like a tornado warning as it comes towards Bellefontaine. Please seek shelter now. I highly recommend it. That storm that's going to Lynchburg is a survivor. It's fighting through the mountains. Oh yeah, no, that one in Virginia is still ongoing. That thing defied odds today. That might actually be a double derecho type event because this thing's been extremely long-lived. This was up in northern Ohio earlier in this live stream. So it's been still producing 70-mile-an-hour winds. and going into Virginia. Might even push into North Carolina. Maybe even parts of Tennessee. So we'll have to see. Definitely think it could push into extreme northern parts of North Carolina. Still some very unstable atmosphere here. It does look a lot more broken up than it was. Doesn't look as together, but still could produce some very damaging gusty winds. We got another tornado warning just to the south of Saskatchewan. Was that Cosco? I can't pronounce the name of that. Koskotten. This is going to be to the south of Warsaw. I'm gonna have to look up the pronunciation. But this is becoming kind of a surprising tornado threat right now. We're starting to get some inflow and some kinks within these lines. It's been 9 years, yeah. But they do a lot of freaking damage. That's the sad thing about those type of storms. I'm going to take a look at this tornado warning from a couple of different radars here as this comes towards New Guilford, New Moscow, Copperdale, Tyrone, and Tunnel Hill. Very, very dangerous situation ongoing here in Ohio. Continuing for Worcester getting hit with some pretty damaging winds. We also have parts of Columbus now being affected here. Take us into Columbus with this severe thunderstorm. Very, very destructive storm. This low pressure is going to continue to sink this storm further and further southeast. It's going to kind of squish this system. But this is more and more warnings are going out in front of the storm as it gets closer towards Pennsylvania, parts of West Virginia. So we're going to continue to monitor this. This might even hit parts of northern Kentucky. But I think it's going to be mostly Actually, I think it's going to be mostly West Virginia into Pennsylvania. But this is an incredibly destructive storm. Both of these are. This one, I think, is now becoming more outflow dominant. We'll take a look at this real quick. But it looks like they could conjoin. It's very destructive winds. This thing has been a prolific straight line wind producer for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Some of these wind readings are absolutely insane, 91 miles an hour. That is going to be near DeGraff. Thank you guys for tuning in. We still got 14 people watching this stream late at night. Am still streaming the severe weather threat as it continues. Either way, I appreciate your work. Keep up the good work. Hey, Radical Change, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, man. I always try to inform whether I'm on the ground or I'm currently storm chasing, but I wish I was. I wish I was doing some of my storm photography. I bet the lightning show tonight is absolutely incredible. Very damaging winds within these storms. See that why they've tornado warned this. We do have this rotation couplet here. We also got another one here forming to the south. Hey, what's up? Dominic Slater, thanks for the stream. Hey, no problem. I do appreciate you guys joining me up and helping to support the channel. I love helping people out. Yeah, storm's still on track to hit parts of Columbus. So right now, this storm is currently coming to this portion of the storm is going to hit mostly north of Columbus, and part of downtown is going to get the very southern boundary of this. And then this storm is going to be coming further south towards Circleville. So it is still on track, probably within the next 80 minutes or so, maybe 70, 80 minutes. So just continue to stay tuned, guys. I'm still monitoring these conditions as this continues to go further to the southeast. These are very destructive storms. Thank you guys for 170 subscribers. Really do appreciate it. We're going to have more of a severe weather threat coming to Ohio probably, I think they said Thursday. So got two tornado warnings ongoing here across Ohio. One is for Millersburg, Walnut Creek, Glenmont, Nashville. These are going to be more of a QCLS tornado threat. I really am starting to think that this tornado threat is going to probably diminish here, but we still got this reasonably strong couplet here coming towards Tyrone and New Moscow. So it's either going to go one of these two ways. We're going to take a look at our correlation coefficient here. Not seeing any debris being lofted. These storms are usually very quick onto the ground, can do some damage, produce winds 70 to 100 miles an hour real briefly, and spin up and then disappear. So just if you're in one of these tornado warnings for Killbuck, Millersburg, Walnut Creek, Berlin, Unionville, Charm, Tunnelville, Tyrone, New Moscow, Cooperdale, Tunnel Hill. If you're in any of these areas, especially Tunnel Hill and Tyrone and New Moscow, if you're in those areas, you need to be underground or in your most interior room. It could impact those areas, but it's I think it's going to be moving more to the what do you call it, southeast of DC. Thank you guys so much for the 15 people who are still tuned in watching this stream. I do appreciate you guys. This possible tornado warning storm would be just to the south of Tunnel Hill. We're going to take a look one more time at our correlation coefficient, and I see this area right here, just to the south of Tunnel Hill. That could be a possible QCLS tornado. Continuing to watch the conditions there. And usually those will form right underneath the anvil of the thunderstorm. They're usually brief. That could be also a walkout. Mount Vernon in the clear. Let's take a look. Mount Vernon. Vernon. Mount Vernon, yeah, I would say you're probably in the clear for the rest of the night. You could still see some strong winds on the back end of this storm as this storm passes. But for the most part, I think Mount Vernon, yes, you are in the clear of this storm. We'll take a future projection just to make sure of what's going to occur in the next couple hours. I'm more than happy to do that for you guys. Vernon down here. So Mansfield, so there could be some more storms for Mansfield after 3 a.m. So that's going to be something to watch coming back into Mount Vernon sometime around 4 to 5 a.m. There could be some additionally large storms forming in and around your area. So we'll have to definitely watch out as that continues. There's more storms east of Chicago. Yeah, there's more storms over in Michigan. So you never know. I wouldn't say that you're completely out of the loop. We're going to have to wait for more of the future projection radar to initiate. That'll give me a better look into the next couple hours. We do have a new report coming out from near Ashland, I think. I don't know where it went off to now. I saw wind damage. Ooh, we have a tornado signature. So let's take a look at that. Find out what's going on. Some extremely large, destructive straight line winds. I would say in the early morning hours you should. They're watching you tonight. You're live, and your info are great. Hey, Jeff, no problem, man. Just be aware, probably after about 3 to 6 a.m., that there could be some more severe weather coming into your area, Jeff. So, I've been watching you tonight. You're live, and your info are great. Hey, Hopeful, I'm so glad that you joined up here on this live stream. I hope I was able to help give you some more information. Really do appreciate you guys joining up, and feels like it gives me purpose to do a job I love to do, and that's to help people. So whether I'm on the ground storm chasing in person, looks like we got some storms pushing into the Cleveland area, probably some moderate to heavy rain in and around, Columbus area. But this storm here is going to be pushing to the south towards Centerville, and this is going to be the absolute monster hail producer it was earlier. But it's going to be more of a extremely bad straight line wind damage event for Bonner. So we're going to continue to monitor this. This has been a PDS thunderstorm for hours and hours and hours. Very heavy straight line wind damage event. Still putting out 70 plus mile per hour winds in some of this. Absolute windbag type thunderstorm. Very destructive thunderstorm. Also for areas near Franklin, Ohio. Very, very strong destructive wind gusts. Large hail amounts really forming along that line, starting to condense into the more of that powerful straight line wind damage type thunderstorm. Got that really deepening bow echo here. We got some probably some, I want to say $half to maybe quarter size hail falling in some of this pinkish area. I don't really see much other than that. That's going to continue to push off to your east towards New Philadelphia, which has been severe thunderstorm warned. Eventually going to be making its way towards East Liverpool and Steubenville. Also, Cambridge is severe thunderstorm warned. This will eventually be pushing into St. Clairsville before it starts popping into parts of uh, Pennsylvania. So this will be eventually making its way towards Pittsburgh. Pick away and let you know when. I'll let you know when it hits. Okay. St. Clairsville. No, so you said I'm in Walnut, Ohio. Okay. Most of this is going to be to the south of Akron, so Canton definitely chance. Uh, Bouvier, New Philadelphia, Newcomerstown, Cambridge, Zanesville definitely have a strong chance of having some possible straight line wind damage, broken tree branches, and stuff like that. This is a very long duration thunderstorm. Severe thunderstorm warning has been posted for multiple counties. This is Guernsey County, Coquitlam. I am worst speller of this. Coshocton County, Muskingum County, Carroll County, and Tuscarawas County in Ohio. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. Coshocton. Okay, Coshocton. Good to know. Never been there. Never seen the name of that town until tonight. So, trying to pronounce it in my head out loud, not the best idea. Ohio has some interesting names for towns. We still got 2 tornado warnings currently ongoing. They're probably going to expire soon, 4 minutes. I can take a look here to see if that tornado warnings are going to be extended. Some storms going to be pushing into St. Clairsville, Cadiz, Steubenville. Very large, destructive winds. I don't know where they're getting this 130 mile per hour winds to the south here. Really hope that is not the case. That might be just because the radar is so far away, it's picking up on some higher level winds. But definitely could see some 70, 80, possibly 90 mile an hour winds along some of these isolated areas coming towards New Philadelphia. Thank you for staying with me tonight, guys. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to continue to stay live here as long as I can. I'll let you guys know if I get way too tired. Looks like they had crazy hail damage, baseball-sized hail in South Dakota tonight. This would be for Hot Springs, South Dakota. Some possible 2.75 to 3.5 inch hail in South Dakota. They're going to be issuing a new severe thunderstorm watch for parts of South Dakota and North Dakota this evening. So we're going to continue to monitor that as well. But the main threat for severe weather tonight, this is the next area that could go tornado warned. So we're continuing to watch this area. for possible tornadic development if this continues to be active. We're going to watch these winds here as this velocity signature, and so this is producing 70 and 80 mile an hour winds coming towards New Philadelphia. This is going to be extremely dangerous storm moving towards New Philadelphia. So if you're in New Philadelphia, you need to be getting ready. This is going to produce possibly some very destructive wind gusts. I didn't think that these 90 mile an hour winds were hitting all the way to the ground in Fort Wayne, Indiana, but sure as rain that they were. They had a 95 mile per hour wind gust at the airport in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So very destructive. We're continuing to monitor our severe weather threat this evening for Ohio and into uh, Pennsylvania in a little bit from now. Very destructive wind gusts going on with these storms. It looks like they just lifted both of the tornado warnings for Ohio, which is a good thing. These severe storms are now pushing to the southeast of Columbus, towards Lancaster, New Lexington, Corning, and very nasty, destructive winds going on here. And again, right over here, Belafonte probably having some wind damage going on. Haven't gotten any reports out of there right now, but this is going to be pushing over towards Circleville. My guess is I'm wondering if this is going to eventually connect or this is just going to be. This actually might be a low pressure system developing in the middle of this. So continuing to monitor that condition. Upper level MCS type event where you're having these winds wrap around and it'll just keep spinning the storm all night and into the morning. Possibly into the afternoon for parts of North Carolina if it keeps pushing that way like it was possibly predicted. This is going to be soon moving into parts of West Virginia and Pennsylvania. So very destructive storm. Probably going to be a lot of wind damage reports going on tonight. I could imagine. Thank you guys for tuning in to the live stream. Thank you to my anonymous donor who donated $50 to the stream. I really do appreciate it. That does go to helping with getting my car set up with weather equipment. So I'm going to be really starting to put my car together for storm chasing for next year. Your guys' support means a freaking lot to me, so really do appreciate it. I'm glad to help anytime with the severe weather outbreaks. And this has been one of the most long duration outbreaks I've been a part of in a very long time. This has been ongoing since Minnesota and Chicago, so it's been a long afternoon. I've been live streaming since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. But this storm is coming towards Cambridge, New Lexington, Lancaster, possibly in towards Circleville a little bit later on. They are posting these storm tracks right now. McConnellsville just got issued a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Perry Morgan counties. The storm's moving at 55 miles per hour to the southeast. And it is currently north of Zanesville to Pickerington, moving at 55 miles per hour. Exceptional tree damages to roofs, house outbuildings, and mobile homes. So they're telling you that it is a very dangerous storm. Very dangerous storm. We'll continue to take a look at our live updates for our future forecast models as well. So people can get a kind of an idea of what's going to happen with these storms as they continue to progress. We do have a new tornado warning. I got to find out what that is. We do have some severe storms moving back into Mansfield around 3 a.m. Possibly over into, how do you pronounce it? Coshocton. Down into West Virginia around 5 o'clock in the morning. Cambridge. And these are going to continue to push to the south. So Pittsburgh, your best shot is probably going to be, let's take a look. Your best shot for severe weather is going to be around 5 a.m. Pittsburgh. We're going to have some storms trailing down in through Ohio and parts of extreme southwestern Pennsylvania, and that's going to continue until 8 o'clock, and should be all out of Ohio probably around 10 and 11. So it's going to be a long duration severe weather outbreak, a lot of heavy rain, some damaging wind potential. So it's probably going to die out around Virginia, West Virginia line. Just to give you guys an idea. We do have that new tornado warning up in North Dakota right now, so let's go take a look here what's going on. This is for Grand Harbor, Fort Toten. It's going to be around Devil's Lake. Take a look at our velocity, take a look at where this tornado could be. Take a look at our correlation coefficient. And it could be a rain wrap circulation. My guess it would probably be somewhere around Highway 87 near over there, or right over the town of Lely. But it's hard to say. Could also, there looks like a circulation here near Cheyenne. My guess, if there was a tornado warning too, it could include that area north of Fort Totem with that inflow. Be a very rain wrapped, probably small tornado. But even the smallest tornadoes can be very damaging and devastating. So hopefully this storm starts to wind down. There's a little bit of a circulation near Fredericksburg, just to the south of Worcester. But I am going to need to go to bed soon. Looks like this storm is starting to kind of break up a little bit. This storm is still a powerhouse over near Marysville. That'll be coming into West Columbus and possibly down and towards Circleville. These storms are producing incredibly high damaging winds and some penny and nickel sized hail. But they're starting to lose a little bit of their oomph, but still very strong. But guys, I do need to go to bed here. I'm extremely tired. I will be live early in the morning to go over the remainder of the threat if there is still a threat ongoing. But I do need to head out, guys. Thank you so much for joining me up here on tonight's live stream. Much love and light, and I